A novelist is suddenly pulled into the very Seth to write he wrote, inhabiting the body of the strongest villain before his assassination. Arson Adel, a half-demon, once the terror of the Empire, now has only a few days to live. Wu Haiyan must now use his knowledge of the plot and his overpowered skills to change his fate. The mysterious paper with the right to purchase information becomes his only key to survival. From a keyboard-tapping author, he transforms into someone who must directly confront knights and 6 great families. Dark power, killing intent, and the swap assassination skill become his weapons for survival. Failure means death and the eternal end for both Adel and Wu Haiyan. But changing the plot means changing the world he created, and the price may be more terrible than he imagined. Can the author become the greatest villain, or just a pawn to be erased? Everyone, follow Academy Manhwa to watch this fascinating story. A man with orange hair is injured. He recalls, "It was a big dream. I wanted to destroy." He looks at the blonde man in front of him, wanting to devour him. He is being pierced by a large stake, looking extremely painful. The blonde man just looks on in silence. The man is injured but only gives a sorrowful smile while thinking, "It is a pity. If only, from the beginning he was not." The knight coldly watches him breathe his last. Then, he says, he is gone. Miserably destroyed, just like the worst villain. Thinking this, the man gradually walks away. Turns out all those visions were just in a novel written by Nam Wu Haiyan. A novelist. Wu Haiyan is now rubbing his head while thinking, by destroying the most powerful villain in the Sefteri's world, my novel is about to come to an end. He puts his hands on the keyboard, typing and anticipating, just one more chapter to finish. Even though he is writing, he is annoyed inside. Really, having to write something I do not want to makes me feel tired and annoyed. Thinking this, he stretches. Anyway, tomorrow this mess will be UVA. Wu Haiyan says to himself, I should just let Ada go. Suddenly from behind him, he hears a strange sound. He stands up from his chair and wonders, there is someone coming at this hour. This is not the time for visitors. He steps outside and says, hello. However, the door receives no response. Wu Haiyan wonders to himself, what is this? Suddenly silent. Could it be some drunk? He curses. Getting chills. I am going to bed. Suddenly, a piece of paper floats above Wu Haiyan's head. He wonders, what is this? Where did this paper come from? The paper says, this is a gift. Make a request when needed. He finishes reading and asks, a gift? A gift for what? Suddenly, strange red streams of energy emerge from within the paper. It's the red energy clinging to the villain who just died. Wu Haiyan sees this and freezes. He shouts, what? What the hell is this? Suddenly, the villain speaks, so I am destroyed like this in the end. He gets close to Wu Haiyan. I spent so much time and effort. 10 years hunting my sword to avenge those who brought my family to ruin. Family. Friends. Loved ones. I lost and abandoned everything. Dark, eerie energy surrounds him. But in the end, I still failed. You probably know that already. I do not need to say much more. Wu Haiyan hears this and asks, failed, do not tell me. The orange-haired man continues, that is why. Please. He reaches his hand. The dark energy wraps around Wu Haiyan, making him scream in fear. The red-eyed man smiles and says, help me. Wu Haiyan is being transformed into pixels. Around him, he hears someone's voice. Remember carefully. Suddenly, a spider clinging to its web appears. Wu Haiyan has awakened in the body of the villain. He opens his eyes, seemingly not understanding what is happening. He wakes up, rubs his head and asks, am I stupid? Suddenly, Wu Haiyan realizes the scenery around him is different. He wonders, what is this? What is with these clothes? Gently stepping out of bed, beneath his feet are incredibly beautiful marble tiles. Wu Haiyan looks around, wondering, what the hell is going on? He looks at himself in the mirror. It is a completely different body. It is a man with fiery red hair like blood, a cold sneer at the corner of his mouth, and when he sees the sharp eyes, making it impossible for anyone to read his thoughts, Wu Haiyan immediately realizes. He looks at the tattoo on his neck and thinks, no mistake, I have possessed that guy's body. A's arson Adele, the strongest villain in the novel I wrote. Fortunately, Wu Haiyan has transmigrated to just a few days before his assassination. Adele is a half-demon. The arson family is a mixed lineage carrying demon blood. Wu Haiyan continues. Thanks to the power inherent in that bloodline, they were considered one of the leading families in the empire. But then they were destroyed by 6 other great families. Wu Haiyan sits down heavily, leaving only arson Adele. He recalls, that is the past and also the reason why this character became a villain, wanting revenge but failing, which is why he dragged the author, me, into 80. Now in a few days, I will die at the hands of the knights of those 6 families. Suddenly a status screen appears before him. He looks at the status screen in front of him, silently recalling the plot. In the Sef Turai, Adele is someone with top-tier talent. But, compared to the brilliant talents I gave the main characters, he is incomparable. Even if he is a compelling villain, I never intended for him to beat the main characters. Moreover, right now, Wu Haiyan looks at his hands, unable to use magic. I did not expect deliberately creating a powerful character would be what is strangling me. Wu Haiyan is rubbing his head helplessly when he sees something shining on the bed. He says, "What is that?" Suddenly Wu Haiyan rushes Ziv excitedly. That is right. Before Edel dragged me into the novel, a piece of paper appeared. I completely forgot about AT. He holds the paper in his hand. Speculating, even though I do not have much hope, I can't afford to be picky. AT clearly says to make a request when needed. Suddenly he exclaims, "But how?" Wu Haiyan is flustered. What is this? AT's completely blank. Where are the words? Are they really gone? Suddenly, some words appear on the paper. A request appears in the paper. Creator. Not knowing how to use the gift, please answer yes or no. Seeing this, he exclaims, Creator. So it is you, Adele. The paper continues. Please write one of the 2 words yes or no on the paper. He writes yes while angrily cursing. So you are playing dumb. Okay, let us see. After that, the paper displays instructions for using information purchase. That whenever the creator writes a question on the paper, everything will be answered. Some questions are fake or re, but some will require a trade. Wu Haiyan finishes reading and wonders. Buy information. Can anything be answered? He happily writes, tell me how to return to the real world. Information purchase immediately answers. Impossible. Wu Haiyan thinks annoyed. I knew it. Then, he asks, the specific way to use magic and use Adel's traits. This is currently urgent. The system immediately answers. This is a question that does not require a price. The method of using magic and Adel's traits will be engraved into the creator's body. The paper asks, do you agree? He immediately agrees. Something surges inside Wu Haiyan. I can feel it. Magic is surging. He raises his hand. A black vortex appears in his hand. This is the first trait, the skill to steal the opponent's 5 senses, belonging to the dark side. Wu Haiyan happily thinks, I succeeded. Originally I needed to expand the range to make Haida useful. But, if I know how to apply AT, 8 is not bad. Next is the skill to overwhelm the opponent with just intention, belonging to the killing intent side. Looking at the surging power around him, Wu Haiyan calculates, even if it is hard to use on knights or elite soldiers, AT's enough for civilians. Now I need to master Adel's overpowered talent. Swap I. Swap level 1, as the name suggests, is the skill to swap positions with a designated object, an ultimate assassination technique. Haiyan Wu hesitates. Right now I can only target within a radius of about 5 meters, which is far from the original, but if I train. He looks at the knight armor in front of him. Let us try AT with that armor. Haiyan Wu summons. Swap level 1 teleport. Suddenly, the space around him changes violently. After that, the armor swaps positions with Wu Haiyan. He raises his hands, as if trying to grab something. The atmosphere around him returns to calm. Haiyan Wu is tumbling on the wall, angrily shouting, I can't do AT right away. Prone looks smug. Come on, succumb to my irresistible charm. I will snatch you away from that girl to humiliate her. But Wu Haiyan turned away. Excuse me, but it is my lady's turn to test. Farewell. Reen was flustered and waited. Wait, but AT was no use. Wu Haiyan was happy. Finally, I get to see Reen's true skills. Meanwhile, Prone was angry. How dare you ignore me? he thought. I wonder how strong she is. The others in the CVN Deadly Sins are also making me look forward to AT too much. Rin is now standing in front of Cell. Wu Haiyan worried. A pretty intense match. Even more than I expected. She is gradually stepping forward. Rin does not seem fazed by his strength at all. Everyone there was astonished. Bolton laughed. That little girl is quite interesting. Suddenly, dozens of horses running on the ground appear. Wu Haiyan was terrified. She is going straight to the sword Sen without batting an eye. What is she thinking? Rin is standing in front of him, her expression unwavering. He just silently looks at her. Her face is full of murderous intent. The two of them just look at each other without moving. Suddenly, she grits her teeth. The man also begins to unleash his power. The two of them start fighting with the swords in their hands. Everyone there was startled and frightened. Rin turns away without looking back. Wu Haiyan looks determined. Even if I have to repeat 80 dozens, hundreds of times, I must succeed. I must survive. With just one sword strike, she defeats Cell. Ars praised. Not bad. Everyone there cheered her name. Rin. Rin. Wu Haiyan was in disbelief. I can't believe AT. Am I seeing things? She won so overwhelmingly. He realized. So that is why Cell did not attack Rin. He saw through her power. Prone commented from afar. AT would have been a pity not to see that little thing humiliated by the sword 7. But if you want to challenge me, you have to be at least that good. Wu Haiyan immediately asked. You mean, if the descendants of the CV and Deadly Sins gather, they can defeat the Ryu sword Sen? She replied. What are you saying? No one can defeat the sword Sen right now, unless the previous Demon King is still alive. He asked. But if the descendants have power exceeding 1/10 of his? Prone scoffed. Are you mocking me? That mediocre fake. Just looking at him, you can tell he is not even 1/10 as strong. Wu Haiyan was surprised. So that means I struggled against a fake who is not even a fraction as strong. I created this world, yet I know nothing about the demon realm. But still, this feeling, anticipation, excitement, I can't even understand AT. Well, I will just keep watching and see how things unfold. The knights riding horses are following each other to Wu Haiyan's residence. The leader orders, hurry, this time we must finish him off. Then, a voice rang, "Oh, Them 35. Come forward. Now only the descendants of the Sivan Deadly Sins remain." Perhaps because of the strong impression Rin left, everyone was energized, and each person defeated the sword Sen. Them 40 has also passed, Bolton said with an arrogant face. Too easy. Because the ending was so overwhelming. AT's hard to determine the ranking between the descendants of the Sivan Deadly Sins. But I know who the two strongest are, so I do not need to worry. Ars announced, I will end the entrance exam. Everyone, gather in front of the platform. I will announce the results of the second round. All examinees who participated in the battle pass, regardless of winning or losing. Wu Haiyan smiled, thinking, as expected, those who gave up the fight were eliminated. Ars said, congratulations to all examinees who have passed. Tonight, you are officially students of Satan. He continued, but do not be happy yet. The road ahead will be hell, making you want to give up. All admitted students must be present at the entrance ceremony 2 days from now. That is all. The 8 people who defeated the sword Sen. Stay behind. Rin asked, I wonder why they are asking us to stay behind. Wu Haiyan replied, probably to give us the reward and access to the armory, as they said in round 1. Right now, at the Arson Mansion, the atmosphere is very quiet. Ars stepped down, because you passed with outstanding results. As promised, we will grant you access to the armory. Bolton raised his hand. I have a question. He said. Speak. Student Bolton. He asked. Can we take a lot of weapons? Satan's weapons must be really good. Lycan Bolton. Indeed a descendant of envy. Endlessly greedy and curious. He is also a pretty important character in my novel. Ars answered. Not allowed. Too many weapons will cause instability. You can only take 1 item. Due to time constraints, no more questions will be taken. Follow me. I will lead you to the armory. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, this is the armory. Why does the door look like the entrance to a dungeon? Rs instructed, enter in the reverse order of the second exam, one person at a time. When you exit, you will have a preliminary physical examination, prevent unforeseen circumstances. He wondered, what? I am the last one. Once I am in it, I can choose whatever I want. Bolton was delighted. Great, I will go first. I have to choose the best one. He laughed loudly. Rs was angry. Go in quickly. Inside the castle, a silent footstep goes to Wu Haiyan's room. Rin spoke to Wu Haiyan. I already have a weapon, so I will choose a magical artifact. What about you? Wu Haiyan replied. I will probably prioritize magical artifacts too. Suddenly, he worried. Wait, if that is the case, then the others will too. I hope there is still something left when it's my turn. Rs said. Next person. Go in. Bolton wore a laurel wreath. He proudly asked. Looks cool. Right. Wu Haiyan worried. Just as I expected. Everyone's choosing magical artifacts. Should I choose armor instead? Rin spoke up. Adele. It's your turn. He replied. Lady. You chose a bracelet. May I ask about its function? Rin replied. You will know once you are inside. There is a guide. He asked again. A guide. She replied. Some do not even have descriptions. Wu Haiyan realized. So that is a T. He thought. No descriptions. A tall man appears. The two servants seem very wary of him. Is AT because the value is too low for anyone to bother knowing, but AT stored so carefully, so AT can't be worthless. There must be something usable. Rs looked at him and said, You are the last one. He seemed pensive. Then, Rs asked, If you have any questions, ask them. Wu Haiyan thought, judging by his expression, he does not want me to ask anything. He still chose a question. Those items without descriptions. What are they exactly? He answered. They are anomalies that we have not been able to identify. Wu Haiyan asked further. So you do not know who the owner is or what abilities they have? He said. Exactly. If you are lucky, you will get a powerful item. But if you are not careful, you will be cursed for life. Rs said. No more time. Go in. Wu Haiyan thought. I wonder if being the last one is lucky or unlucky. Thinking this, he stepped into the armory. He is the captain of the Lian Count's Knights. Pelts? He asks. Where is that kid? As he walked, he commented. It's brighter and cleaner inside than I thought. Surely nothing unexpected will happen. He looked at the shining door. It's UV there. Inside, weapons were being displayed in transparent blue boxes. Wu Haiyan exclaimed, That is kind of Sia Reap Pie. He looked at a spear. This one looks strange. Let us see the description. This is the twin serpent spear, the spear used by an unknown noble to hunt snakes. The resentment of the snakes has entered the spear. Channeling a certain amount of energy will create the shadows of two snakes. After reading a T, he commented, The description sounds grand, but the function is a bit vague. And I already have a short sword, so never mind. He then observed other weapons like the Starstone, used to absorb starlight. Channeling magic power will borrow starlight to illuminate the surroundings. Seeing this, he gave up. Using my dark attribute would be the bane of its existence. Eta might be good for landfill, but never mind. Suddenly, he looked UV. These frames are empty. I wonder what they used to hold. The servant replies, He is in this room. He looked at a frame and read. The Great Holy One's Laurel. The wearer of this laurel will possess exceptional recovery and stamina until the end of their life. AT is a special equipped magical artifact that cannot be deprived of ownership. He realized. AT's the one Bolton is wearing. He is so greedy. Wu Haiyan thought. The unique equipment mechanism that was eliminated in the novel system has appeared here. There is no knowing what will happen. Then, he looked around. So the good stuff has already been chosen. Intertwined dragon scales. None. Demon General's banner. Imprint of the defeated clan. Wu Haiyan worried. There is nothing left. He calculated. The 7 deadly sins took all the usable items. What should I do? The armor and weapons are all ordinary. Suddenly, he looked at a sword nearby. Wu Haiyan thought, there is really no other way. But what if the magical artifact is cursed? Peltz asks, what is the situation? The subordinate answers, there has not been any activity for many days. Suddenly, he exclaimed, there is still that method. Wu Haiyan took the information purchase paper. I have to save gold, but I will just try AT. He wrote, give me information about the broken sword without a description in the Satan Armory. The system replied, the requested information requires a corresponding price. Please provide a relic-level magical artifact or 100 gold. Wu Haiyan said, wait. Give me information about the torn scroll without a description next to AT. The system replied, the requested information requires a corresponding price. Please pay with an item equivalent to 50 gold or more. He heard that and said, 50 gold. So, I just need to choose the one with the highest price. There are CVN boxes without descriptions in this row. I will just ask about them one by one. He continued to write, give me information about the eagle-shaped stone statue without a description. The paper showed, please pay 1 gold or more. He exclaimed, 1 gold is simple. Hearing this, thoughtful look appears on his face. The paper then showed, exchange the owner's good fortune for the misfortune of others. Wu Haiyan was startled. What is this crap? Next one. All the following items were from 100 gold to 50 gold. After walking around, he seemed extremely tired. Wu Haiyan struggled to think. These items are all similar. There are 2 left. Please. The paper then showed, AT is a legendary level magical artifact, requiring a payment of at least 300 gold. Wu Haiyan exclaimed. Legendary level. Amazing. He touched the box. This might be even better than what the others took. I have to take AT quickly. He was about to reach O when he suddenly stopped. Because the box next to AT was emitting a strange power. Wu Haiyan thought grimly, what is AT? Why does this feel so familiar? AT's like something is staring at me. He looked at the box next to AT. That necklace. That is right. There is one left that has not been taken. Peltz orders his subordinates to storm into Wu Haiyan's room without warning. Is this Adel's subconscious intuition? Then he wrote, give me information about the necklace without a description. The information that appeared surprised him. Suddenly, a jade-colored light appeared in the paper. Wu Haiyan was startled. Why is AT suddenly like this? The paper wrote, divine sacrifices required. Seeing this, Wu Haiyan was dubious. The divine sacrifice. Could AT be that this is a mythical grade magical artifact? Seeing the price the paper gave, he was secretly pleased. I thought I was doomed. But I got lucky like this. But in an instant, Wu Haiyan quickly calmed down and looked at the weapon box. He asked himself, wait, I can't just be happy. Which god should I sacrifice? In my current state, even a demon god probably would not bother with me. What is this necklace anyway? Wu Haiyan reached O to 80, intending to try channeling some magic power into AT. He seems very calm. So you have come. Sir Peltz, you probably do not intend to spare a child's life. Do you? After a while, he noticed that the necklace had not changed at all. Wu Haiyan sat down next to the weapon box and pondered. AT's frustrating. AT would be so much better if I knew its function. Instead of just a divine sacrifice is required. An idea popped into his head. How about trying to cheat? Then Wu Haiyan wrote on the paper. Tell me the god related to the necklace without a description in the armory. Its answer was still, divine sacrifice is required, which left him quite stuck. A's no use. Wu Haiyan pressed his face against the glass case protecting the necklace. Thinking, no matter how I ask, I will only get one answer. Should I give up? But I am sure of AT. Then he lifted the glass case. Wu Haiyan quickly put the necklace on and thought, this is more valuable than any other magical artifact. My intuition tells me so. He reached O and opened the status window, wanting to check AT again. Wu Haiyan was surprised to find that, indeed, his characteristics had 3 question marks added. Wu Haiyan guessed, probably no one else would be interested in something like this. It is not too late to investigate slowly. He replies coldly, too many words. Kill him. The knights immediately obey. Ars stopped him and asked, what is that? Wu Haiyan replied, a necklace without a description. He was suspicious, a magical artifact with an unknown function or origin. So, do you know anything about AT? He smiled and denied. No, I do not know anything. Looking at the instructor in front of him, Wu Haiyan thought, that expression again. Why does he seem to hate me so much? After a while, Ars turned away without asking any further. All right, I will believe you. A Satan instructor has to trust the students. He instructed, from now on, cherish the magical artifacts you have chosen. In a dangerous situation, they will be your second life. Everyone responded in unison. Yes. He looked at the new students in front of him and assessed them. Apart from me, the rest are all talents who will shoulder the demon realm. They will definitely receive significant investment and support. Wu Haiyan was a little envious. If only I could get some benefit. Can I live well in Satan? Ars left a sentence and left. Now. Dismiss. See you at the entrance ceremony. He approached Reen and asked, Lady, shall we go back to the inn? She agreed. Yes. Wu Haiyan also starts to make a move. Swap one locate. Suddenly, from behind, a hand reached and grabbed Wu Haiyan's shoulder. Them leader of them 33. He turned around slightly surprised. Balton. He smiled, narrowing his eyes. Sorry. A bit abrupt for a first meeting. Nice to meet you. I am Balton. Your battle was very impressive. He held his hand. Wu Haiyan took his hand and smiled. The pleasure is all mine. Balton. I am in his heart. He thought. Sudden. But it's good that this guy took the initiative to talk. But things did not seem to be as Wu Haiyan thought. His body trembled slightly, not understanding what was happening. From Wu Haiyan's hand, an incredible gripping force was transmitted. He gritted his teeth and endured. Cursing inwardly, what the hell is this bastard doing all of a sudden? Balton was the type who did not pay attention to the weak, only interested in the strong because of his envy and ambition. He once cornered the main character in the human world, but spared his life after recognizing his talent and promised a rematch. To put it bluntly, he was a battle maniac. He asked obsequiously, What is wrong? You look uncomfortable. Wu Haiyan stiffened, enduring and gritting his teeth. It is nothing. He wondered. Clearly there are many stronger people here than me. Why me? He immediately swaps his body with the knight nearby. Unable to endure any longer, Wu Haiyan immediately activated. Position swap eye. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Balton, placing a hand on his shoulder. Wu Haiyan said, Stop it. The exam just finished. Everyone is exhausted. He shook his numb arm. Cursing inwardly, Damn my arm. Balton suddenly laughed wildly, completely of AT. He turned his head, his eyes full of manic challenge. You are really strong. Fight me. Right here. Until one of us dies. Wu Haiyan sighed inwardly. He is crazy. This pervert? He frowned and refused. I told you, I have no intention of fighting. At this moment, Reen angrily shouted, Stop it. If you want to fight my guard, you have to fight me too. Seeing her draw her flaming sword, Balton thought for a moment. He said calmly, Even if I am a battle maniac, facing both of you is a bit much. Getting injured before the entrance ceremony would be too much trouble. Wu Haiyan rushes forward without hesitation. Balton looked at him and smiled slyly. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities. See you later, Adele. Wu Haiyan looked at him puzzled. He said he did not want to get injured before the entrance ceremony, but he demanded a death match with me. What a psycho. Having experienced IT himself, he found this guy really hard to understand. On the other side, Balton looked at his sword and wondered, When did he take my sword? Reen called, Let us go, Adele. He quickly replied, Yes, lady. Wu Haiyan summarized, AT's only been 1 day, but it feels like a week has passed. Life in Satan seems worth looking forward to. The second day quickly arrived. He took a deep breath. Wu Haiyan squinted and felt, AT must be because I was too tired yesterday. I feel much fresher today. He looked at himself in the mirror, flexing his firm muscles. Happily thinking, my body is getting better. I am really getting stronger. Now, let us try on the Satan uniform they sent. They know where I live and delivered a tie to my door. They are really attentive. He uses a sharp object to kill the knight in front of him. AT's more comfortable than I thought. Wu Haiyan tried moving his body a little, feeling. They say we can't wear casual clothes for the next 3 years, but this practical design is good. He guessed. Rin must have gotten a uniform too. I wonder how she looks in AT. Should I go see? No sooner said than done. Wu Haiyan went and knocked on Rin's door. The person inside asked, "Who is AT?" He replied, "Ail, lady. I came to ask if you need any help preparing before we go out." She said, "Come in." As soon as he entered, Wu Haiyan saw Rin standing by the window, smoothing her hair. He stood there blankly, admiring her for a while. Wu Haiyan exclaimed, "So beautiful." Rin coughed lightly to cover her embarrassment and asked, "Going out?" He chuckled inwardly. Her ears are red too. Everyone there is utterly horrified. Embarrassed. This shy look is pretty cute. Outwardly, Wu Haiyan replied, "AT's a rare day off. I was planning to take a walk around the city. Please rest as well, lady. I will take my leave." He bowed to her. Just as Wu Haiyan turned to leave, Rin called, "Wait," she asked shyly. "Do not you have something to do?" He wondered. "What do you mean? Something to do?" Rin did not answer, just looked up at Wu Haiyan. He thought for a moment and suddenly remembered. "Wait, I think I forgot something." Rin replied, "Guard." Wu Haiyan woke up. That is right. The guard. I was so happy to have a day off that I forgot all about AT. She turned and said, "I am going too. Let me change." "Wait a moment." Seeing him not moving, Rin hinted, "How long are you going to keep looking?" Wu Haiyan smiled awkwardly. Yes. I will wait outside." Wu Haiyan lands gently on the ground after attacking. Standing outside the door, he sighed inwardly. My day off. On the streets, people were bustling about. Although AT had been ravaged by war 10 years ago, the city was still vibrant and clean. The outskirts of the imperial capital were still in the process of recovery. It seemed that although humanity had won the war, they had failed to capture the imperial capital. Rin pulled Wu Haiyan's sleeve and called, "Adele. Let us eat that." He asked, "You mean that street stall?" Rin replied, "Yeah." The grilled skewers on the charcoal emitted a fragrant aroma. Wu Haiyan approached and asked, "What kind of skewers are these?" The street vendor cheerfully introduced, "They are buck meat and vegetable skewers marinated in sauce." He thought, like chicken skewers in the human world. Then Wu Haiyan ordered, "Give me 2 skewers." The vendor quickly replied, "Yes." "Thank you." Rin took the golden brown grilled skewer and bit into AT. Seeing this, Peltz orders, "What are you standing there for?" Everyone attack. Both of them felt their spirits lift. He squinted and said, "AT's really good. Do you like IT?" Rin enjoyed the skewer and praised, "Very tasty." Wu Haiyan looked at her happily eating the meat skewer and thought, Rin is always calm, but she also has such expressions. Is she gradually opening up? In front of the two of them was a fountain. She happily introduced him to the new and interesting things around the city. Wu Haiyan felt that this was the first time he had truly rested in a long time. This peaceful moment would probably be the last time today. Suddenly, a tall stone statue appeared in their sight, holding a sword. He wondered. There is a huge statue in the center of the city. Who is AT? Wu Haiyan asked, "Who is this statue?" Rin was quite surprised. "You really do not know. AT's the first demon king." He woke up. The first demon king. Looking closely, Ada looks quite like Diana. But you do not always have the opportunity to see the appearance of the first demon king. Should I get a little closer and take a look? Even standing before his enemies, Wu Haiyan does not hesitate to rush forward. The statue's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, the necklace on Wu Haiyan's neck also emitted a strange light. He took the necklace. Stunned. What is going on? The necklace suddenly lit up. A powerful light was emitted, covering both the statue and the necklace. Wu Haiyan carefully observed the necklace. He suddenly realized that one of the jewels in the necklace had turned gray. What is going on? Seeing Wu Haiyan acting strangely, she asked, "What is wrong, Adele? Why did you suddenly take the magical artifact?" He was suspicious. Am I hallucinating? No. I am sure I saw light coming from the stone statue. The necklace also changed color. Wu Haiyan's eyes shifted from the statue in front of him to Rin standing next to him. Seeing that she looked blank, he fell into thought. Is 80 just me who saw 80? Then, he jumped straight down from the mansion through the window. Even Adol's paper only had the answer. Undivine sacrifice is required, but there was a big discovery from the most unexpected place. This necklace is definitely related to the first Demon King. If I investigate everything related, I will definitely have a clue. Rin suggested. Let us go back now. Wu Haiyan immediately agreed. Yes, lady. Even so, he had a question in his heart. I am really curious what this necklace is. Back to the academy. The next morning after the holiday, Wu Haiyan and Rin returned to Satan. He walked ahead, turning back to urge. We should hurry. The opening ceremony is about to start. She gently agreed. Okay. Inside the auditorium where the opening ceremony was held, the principal and instructors were already present. About 100 new students had also arrived. Wu Haiyan assessed. This opening ceremony is pretty normal. A student standing behind him started a conversation with the person next to him. I can't believe that little kid is the principal. The other person replied. What do you mean? Kid. She is the monster who crushed us with just her killing intent. But she still looks really cute. Wu Haiyan secretly objected. Cute. What is cute about her? Child's body but covered in tattoos. If you call that cute, then your eyes must be broken. Suddenly, an eye full of killing intent shot towards him. The swap teleport technique has been successfully executed. Wu Haiyan was startled, feeling pressure enveloping his whole body. He secretly corrected himself. She looks very cute no matter how you look at her. In his heart, he speculated, can she read minds? Ars announced loudly. Silence. The opening ceremony begins. Instructor Ars command Rango, opening the curtain for the opening ceremony. As the principal's terrible speech gradually came to an end, the atmosphere gradually heated up. On the stage, she said in a monotone voice, the rules to be followed at Satan are. Then, Instructor Idea continued. That concludes the principal's speech. Next is the oath of the valedictorian and salutatorian. Valedictorian and salutatorian. Please come to the podium. Baltan and Diana slowly stepped forward. Wu Haiyan thought to himself. As expected, they split the two positions. Rin is still as calm as usual. That is right. For her, entering school is only to avenge her mother. Such competition is nothing. He reminded himself, I also need to focus on what I need to do. Ignore the gazes of others. Suddenly, Wu Haiyan felt someone's hostility. He looked around and saw someone pointing at him. Wu Haiyan has successfully landed on the ground. A2 was Baltan. Smiling slyly, Wu Haiyan cursed inwardly. Damn, that crazy guy keeps targeting me. He told himself, well, just ignore him. Ignore him. Do not react. Relax. On the podium, there was guidance. Valedictorian, please come forward. Diana confidently and coldly stepped onto the podium to speak. Wu Haiyan sighed inwardly. Truly a beauty bestowed by the demon gods. Demon King Diana's daughter, and also the one who took the valedictorian position. Who can stop her? Around her, many male students looked at her with admiration and infatuation. The two people on the podium swore in unison. We swear, as those who are allowed to enroll in Satan, we will wash away the shame and rebuild the demon realm. He noticed that as the oath rang out, the atmosphere in the hall also changed. He could feel the anger of those who lost their families and homes because of humanity. Wu Haiyan reached O and touched his mark, his mood sinking. If my arson bloodline is discovered. Thinking about AT made him shudder. In the worst case, I will be damned for eternity. Finally, the instructor announced, the Satan opening ceremony is now concluded. Wu Haiyan endures the pain. Deciding, I must quickly get to the arson forest. Ars instructed. All students, check your class list at the board in the back. After confirming, immediately enter the class. He turned to Rin and smiled. Let us go, miss, and she agreed. A series of lists, organized alphabetically, were posted on the notice board. Wu Haiyan went to look for his name. Let us see. I am in class. And Rin. Too bad. Miss is in class C. Frankly, I do not want to leave. She interrupted him, saying without emotion, you are still my bodyguard. You have to come whenever I call. Wu Haiyan quickly replied. Yes. But muttered, in your dreams. He secretly rejoiced. Great. At least I can relax a bit for a while. Suddenly, a male student walking in the opposite direction bumped into Wu Haiyan's shoulder. Samuel glanced at him. Peltz panics. He is running away. Chase after him. Seeing Wu Haiyan looking at him, he gnashed his teeth, emitting a murderous "Hurrah! Wanna fight, you damn Cerberus." He did not understand and looked at Samuel, trying to remember. Oh, this kid is Greed bloodline, Samuel of the Barris family. If I remember correctly, he is quite strong among the 7 deadly sins. Wu Haiyan told himself, why is he suddenly picking a fight? Ridiculous. But I should avoid trouble today. Then he smiled conciliatorily. Looks like I was careless. He retorted. Get lost. Today's the opening ceremony, so consider yourself lucky. Wu Haiyan was puzzled. Why are all the 7 deadly sins like this? Do not tell me that Baltan is in class A2. Scene change. At another place in the academy, a person slammed the table and shouted, Do not you trust me? Ars clarified. That is not what I meant. Idea could not take a tea anymore and stood up abruptly. Senior, I am now an official instructor at Satan. He explained, but that kid is too dangerous. Based on my experience, I think I can manage him better. Right now, in the arson forest. She retorted, but he has been assigned to my class as the instructor. Do not underestimate me like that. At this moment, Headmaster Lucian spoke up. Enough. Sit down. Instructor Idea. Idea slumped into her chair. Muttering, AA's too much. Why is AT always me? She turned to ask. Instructor Rs. Why do you suddenly want to change the instructor in charge? He immediately replied. Yes, I want to directly control Adele. On the battlefield, I have met many like him. That child has a murderous nature and might suddenly turn against his comrades. So he must be tamed now. Robolt, who had been silent, spoke up. Do we need to pay attention to a half-demon like that? Another instructor agreed. That is right. His combat power is far inferior to the 7 deadly sins. Ars explained. No, strength is not only determined by force. His composure and calmness when delivering the final blow in the exam were not inferior to any of the 7 deadly sins. The two people just now looked at each other without saying anything. He insisted, for that reason, I want to go to class. Adele is someone to watch out for. Wu Haiyan is frantically running at full speed ahead. She interrupted Ars loudly. Wait. Are you saying you can't trust me? Ars replied. If I am offending you, I apologize. Hearing this, Idea became even more furious. AA's too much. When will you stop treating me like a child? Lucian, annoyed by the two arguing, shouted. Enough. Everyone fell silent, waiting for her to make a decision. Lucian rested her chin on her hand, looking at him and said, I have heard Instructor Ars's opinion, but the class lists have already been assigned. Exchanging instructors won't solve anything. Ars calmly accepted. Yes. I understand. She continued to instruct, but caution does not hurt. Instructor Idea, please pay special attention to Adele. She happily agreed. Yes. Lucian concluded. Well, the meeting is Zoo V. Instructors, please go to your classes and meet your students. At Class 1A. He worries. Even though I luckily escaped the knights and got O of the territory, my chance of survival is still ZR. Then, Wu Haiyan lamented inwardly. Why am I so unlucky? In front of him, Prone was gleefully approaching. Wu Haiyan rejoiced inwardly. At least AT's not Diana, so AT should be okay. Right. And AT's not Baltan. Behind him, Samuel sat by the window with a grimace. She put her hands on her hips, leaned down, and questioned. You followed me all the way here, Wu Haiyan replied. As far as I know, class assignments are random. She smiled smugly. Commendable. As a reward, I will grant you the special privilege of becoming my slave. He looked at Prone fantasizing and thought, here we go again. Suddenly, he called, Oh, hey. You too. Shut up, or I will kill you both. Hearing his voice, her face changed. Prone scolded. What did you say, you little brat? Samuel retorted. What? Brat. I will send you to meet your ancestors. Wu Haiyan, watching this chaotic scene, wondered, will I be able to fit in with these guys? Suddenly, the classroom door opened. A gate of fire appears. I have to go to the demon world through the gate in this forest. The demon world is currently suffering heavy losses due to the war with humans. The whole class paid attention to the instructor who had just entered. Idea stood on the podium and asked, It was noisy outside. Are the students already fighting on the first day? He tried to remember. That instructor is... She clapped her hands to attract the students' attention and said loudly, Hello everyone. I am ID, the instructor in charge of class. Please remember my name. To give you a brief introduction, I was also your senior, also known as the Calamity Corpse. Wu Haiyan repeated. Calamity Corpse. Two male students sitting nearby started discussing. Is that the Calamity Corpse who killed 10,000 humans on the Pollux River? The other person retorted. 10,000. 30,000. You mean? He heard their words and rejoiced inwardly. I did not expect to have such a strong teacher as our homeroom instructor. My chances of survival have probably increased a little. Idea started writing on the board while instructing. The introductions are done. Now, I will talk about the teaching methods from now on. She circled 2 words. Hunting. And said, I will teach you about this. He thinks, as long as I prove my abilities, they might accept me. The problem is, not like hunting magical beasts or wild animals like you all know. At the end of the class, Samuel frowned and snorted loudly. A student raised his hand and asked, Then what are we hunting? Idea immediately answered, One of the reasons you are here. Humans. Wu Haiyan was looking forward to a time. Humans. Now a tie's really starting. She continued, Oh, and one more thing. I only teach human hunting techniques. Other instructors will teach magic or swordsmanship. Prone indifferently rested her chin on her hand, observing Idea and commenting, The instructor is quite good-looking. She added, Furthermore, I am also responsible for Bidech physical training. Hearing this, he was startled. Physical fitness is my worst. Idea announced, Now, let us start our first lesson. Everyone, gather at the training field. Looking at the spacious 5e in front of him, Wu Haiyan could not help but be amazed. Whoa. AT's really big. AT must be 4 or 5 times the size of a normal training ground. ATA must be for practicing magic or swordsmanship. She called All right. Everyone. Is everyone gathered? Suddenly Wu Haiyan panics. They have caught up. Focus and look closely at this. While instructing, Idea cast a spell, creating a black vortex in front of her. The vortex gradually widened to the size that an adult could enter. From within the spatial vortex, a foot wearing silver armor stepped out. Gradually, more soldiers stepped out from the black vortex in the air. Everyone was astonished. She smiled and explained, They are not Ryu people. They are illusions I created with magic. Idea also boosted. Oh, and the sword sen in the entrance exam was also created by me. He was stunned. The copy nearly achieved 1/10 of the sword sen's strength. She is truly a monster. Satan has such tremendous power, and yet IT's still crushed by the Imperial Academy. AT's terrifying. She gave the task. This lesson is simple. Get past these people and attack me. Who wants to volunteer first? Pultz and his subordinates have ridden their horses into the forest. He shouts, Spread out. Find that guy for me. Wu Haiyan is hiding and calculating. The problem is I never clearly described the location of that gate in the statue to Rai. Idea's eyes looked in one direction. She asked, Adele, is not 8, like what you did with the sword sen. Try to stab me once and see. Idea smiled dangerously. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, I just escaped Instructor R's, and now Instructor Idea is paying attention to me. He clarified, So, AT's a direct one-on-one fight with the instructor. She answered, Human armies always have a commander. They are both a pillar of strength and a leader. If they lose their leader, the human race will collapse like dominoes. If the enemy's leader is strong, the impact will be even greater. I will play the role of the human commander. Wu Haiyan nodded. I see. I understand. He pulled a knife from his chest pocket. In my mind, I started analyzing, like Sun Tzu's Art of War says, to defeat an army. First capture its general. Capture the commander amidst the encirclement of human soldiers. Too easy. Thinking this, Wu Haiyan smiled confidently. He quickly searches, but Ate must be around here. Idea smiled and added. Of course, A's impossible to defeat me. Just touching me, with any weapon, will be considered a success. Begin. As soon as the order was given, before she could even see the show, he used positional shift I to teleport behind Idea, holding the dagger close to her neck. Only then did Idea realize in surprise that she had been subdued. Wu Haiyan whispered in her ear, So, I succeeded. Right. Instructor. Just now, as soon as he pulled the knife, he started analyzing. The distance to instructor Idea was still dozens of meters. But for the current Wu Haiyan, that distance was nothing. Initially just a few meters, now my growth rate is too fast. An entire enemy army can easily be swept away. A layer of light, like a protective shield, appeared on Idea's throat. She chuckled. Idea reached and pushed the dagger away from her neck, glancing at him with an expression of admiration. I see. Now I understand why Senior told me to pay attention to you. Wu Haiyan, who knew nothing about this, just replied, Yes. Then she announced, Success. Go back to your place. He immediately obeyed. Yes. I understand. Suddenly, Wu Haiyan accidentally steps on a branch. Wu Haiyan put the dagger in his chest pocket and wondered, Is Ate hostility or interest? Why is R so wary of me? Could my identity have been exposed? Idea looked at the students in front of her and instructed. All right. Students, have you seen how Adel did AE? Anyone who fails will receive special supplementary lessons. A loud shout rang out. A student swung his sword, slashing at a human soldier, shouting, Hand you veep your lives, humans. He watched the fight from the sidelines, thinking, the Bidich demon race is all right, but the human soldiers are not that impressive. A's possible to take a few, but if instructor Idea directly controls them. All the spears pointed towards the student, completely surrounding him. Hearing his scream, Wu Haiyan felt sorry for him. That must hurt a lot. From among the students, someone jumped up high, shouting, Leave those guys to me. I will clear them all at once. The humans simultaneously drew their bows and fired arrows. A look of panic appears on his face. He happily watched him fight, but before a second had passed, he screamed in agony. The student who had just jumped up was hit by arrows all through his body, looking like a hedgehog. Wu Haiyan smugly thought. As expected, positional shift is still overpowered. At this rate, I might be able to aim for first place in the class. She folded her arms and gestured. Next. From behind him, someone stepped forward and said coldly, Get out of the way. Wu Haiyan watched Samuel's back, thinking, A.T. Samuel's turn. Let us see if his talent is proportional to his arrogant attitude. He activated his magic, his whole body covered in a faint blue light, and shouted, Begin. He watched closely, not missing a single movement of Samuel's. On the training fee, wind began to pick up around him. Gradually, they formed a vortex with Samuel at the center. When the windstorm was large enough, he began to control AT. Suddenly a blinding light appears. That power blew away the surrounding dust and sand, causing Wu Haiyan and others to struggle to avoid being blown away. He admired, sweeping everything away in an instant. That is Ryu magic. Samuel's unique ability of greed, a terrifying ability that can devour everything. I guess I have to give up first place to him. A light chuckle was heard from within the smoke and dust. Idea reached and waved away the smoke in front of her, saying, What kind of monsters are these this year? The smoke dissipated, and she still stood there indifferently. Unshaken. Wu Haiyan realized, that is right. AT would be unreasonable for an instructor to be defeated by a student's magic. Idea commented on his performance. Except for me, everything was swept away. I have to admit, AT has an impressive talent. But unfortunately, you failed. Pultz holds a sword in his hand and points Itai straight ahead threateningly. You damn rat. You are hiding there. Samuel was shocked. She snapped her fingers and explained. Because, after the snap of her fingers, the human army appeared behind Idea. She continued, if you can't take down the commander, no matter how many soldiers you defeat, they will be replenished. Just like this. He was surprised. When did she create so many soldiers? There must be at least 200. Even so, Idea praised. But your magical power is quite good. For a freshman, that is very good. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger. At her shout. Next, Samuel turned away angrily and returned to his position. Wu Haiyan found him quite interesting. Although his face is full of dissatisfaction, he accepts the result. Samuel glanced at his cheerful face, making him feel even worse. In the urgent situation, Wu Haiyan uses the swap skill. He gnashed his teeth and snorted coldly before leaving. Wu Haiyan thought, Samuel, your weakness is that you are too complacent about your own strength. If you just focused on the target like I did, you would have easily succeeded. Suddenly, an arrogant laugh attracted everyone's attention. Prone called, oh, I have been waiting forever. It's finally my turn. The male students behind him excitedly discussed, the descendant of the Sevian deadly sins. Prone. I am looking forward to seeing how she will succeed. She scolded loudly. Despicable scarecrows. Dare to block my way. In everyone's expectant eyes, Prone smiled blankly. Sweat streamed down her face. Everyone became impatient and wondered, what is At? Why is she standing still? What is wrong? Prone was extremely anxious. What? What should I do? He runs and worries. I can only use swap a few more times. I have to quickly find the gate. Wu Haiyan laughed to himself. There is no way. The descendant of lust. Prone. Can't fight directly. Like a queen bee, she only commands her subordinates. In short, without subordinates, she is just trash. She urged herself. Quick, think of something. An idea popped into Prone's head. She turned and looked straight at him. Prone's eyes were about to cry. She shouted. Save me. Slave. Everyone was stunned. Slave. Did she just call him slave? Wu Haiyan cursed inwardly. What the hell is she thinking? Meanwhile, Prone continued to urge. Hurry up and save me. Idea flicked her finger. Wu Haiyan worries. Damn there is really only that way. Immediately, the humans approached, making her panic. They rushed in, punching and kicking, causing Prone to scream. Why can't she buff herself? Then Wu Haiyan denied himself. No way. There must be a reason. Her voice still echoed in despair. Help. Suddenly, a beam of light from the side caught his attention. There, a pink-haired female student was healing another student. He said. Thank you. She gently replied. Luckily, you were not seriously injured. After a while, the injured boy's knee was completely healed, without a single scratch. He was surprised. Healing magic. That is an ability only humans can use. Wu Haiyan speculated. So, is this girl also a half-demon? I am in the same class as someone who possesses a rare healing talent. Although I do not remember her name, I have to approach her. Should I try to strike up a conversation now? But Idea suddenly called, oh, Adele. Prone was calling you just now. Now that the test is Zu Vich, At would be good to help her up. He was startled and replied. Yes. He takes the paper and asks, tell me the exact location of the gate to the demon world in the arson forest. The system immediately answers. This is information that requires a price. You need to submit a treasure of relic level or higher, or at least 100 gold coins. I understand. Wu Haiyan looked at Lune regretfully. Damn He used his hand to massage the bump on Prone's forehead. She lay on the ground, complaining of pain. Wu Haiyan laughed and joked. It is useless. Get up when you are done. Prone sobbed. You saw everything, did not you? Wu Haiyan pretended. Saw what? She cried even louder. How dare a slave pretend not to know? Are you making fun of me? He smiled and replied. I just think you are weaker than a slave. Idea clapped her hands and called, oh. All right. Gather around. I was expecting a bit, but the result was as expected. Anyway, Ati's the first lesson. Everyone has worked hard. This kind of experience also helps you know your own strength. Understanding where your mistakes are. The more Samuel heard, the more uncomfortable he felt. He angrily curses. What? Where am I going to find those things now? She continued to lecture. Understanding your own limits. Only when you grasp them and support each other can you fight perfectly. Wu Haiyan thought. At the Imperial Academy, classes are divided according to strength, but at Satan, classes are randomly assigned. So everyone has to cooperate. Instructor idea must be emphasizing this point. Finally, she announced, and the only one who succeeded is Adel. Hearing his name, he quickly replied, Yes. Idea looked directly at him and said, I have high expectations for your progress. While those around him were green with envy, he just smiled politely. Thank you. I will try my best. When she told everyone, Now, return to your classes and prepare for the next lesson, Wu Haiyan was still thinking about Idea's words. That must be a compliment. Right. But why is there such a murderous aura? Thinking of his classmates. He sighed. One starts fights at every opportunity, and the other is scheming to turn me into a slave. I do not know if I can build my own power here. Back to the classroom at 10 of the clock. After Instructor Idea's class, other classes followed. An instructor stood on the podium and introduced. I am very happy to meet you. I am the instructor in charge of the theory part. Suddenly a large explosion occurs, sending him flying into the air. In the theory class, Wu Haiyan learned about the history of the demon world and the weaknesses of humans. The instructor lectured. The demon race revolves around the first demon king. Humans and demons have similar body structures. He humorously thought, if you kick them in that place, demons probably hurt just as much. He instructed, Next, there will be a quick quiz on today's knowledge. If you do not want to take supplementary lessons, you must memorize AT. Wu Haiyan closed the book in front of him. He sprawled on the table, dejectedly saying, Really, AT's no different from when I was still in school. I have already been slapped in the face by reality on the first day. Wu Haiyan looked around the classroom during the break. He yawned, tears welling up. Remembering, then and now, Wu Haiyan still does not have any friends. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a head of pink hair. Wu Haiyan realized, there is still that girl. Wu Haiyan is thrown hundreds of meters away. He cries in pain. By the way, let us try to strike up a conversation. Thinking of what to do, he pushed his chair back and stood up. Wu Haiyan walked towards her step by step. He called, Oh, hey, Luna. She looked up blankly. Wu Haiyan smiled and introduced himself. AT's nice to meet you. I am Edel. The whole class turned to look at them. He sensitively noticed everyone's gaze. Wondering, what is AT? Why is everyone looking at me like that? After a while, she shyly replied, Yes, AT's nice to meet you too. Wu Haiyan assessed, as expected of a half-demon. Everything she does becomes the center of attention. She seems flustered. Maybe I can talk to her later. Then he said, See you later, and turned to leave. Luna shyly said, Goodbye. Wu Haiyan walked straight to the door, planning to go to the bathroom to release some magic power to relieve his boredom. Peltz is caught up to him. He says contemptuously, Watching you desperately run to find a way to live. How pathetic. Classroom door suddenly opened, and immediately after, Samuel entered. He smiled awkwardly. Why now? He did not look happy and asked, tease you again. Wu Haiyan smiled and replied, I am just passing by. Go ahead. Samuel brushed past him, muttering, disgusting lower being. This sentence fell into Wu Haiyan's ears, causing the anger within him to gradually rise. Wu Haiyan taunted, Your family is really good. He stopped abruptly. Samuel's whole body exuded a murderous aura, and he asked back, What? He sneered, To be born a talking and walking piece of trash like you is truly amazing. He gnashed his teeth and cursed, You insect bastard. A look of satisfaction on his face. Arson Adel, your life will end here. I will tear you apart. Samuel's nails gradually became long and sharp. Wu Haiyan determined. Unlike Baltan, this is clear hostility. If this is a threat to my plan, I have to deal with AT here. A mace suddenly appeared in his hand. He was not afraid. Thinking, AT should not matter if I lose an arm for someone who specializes in magic. At this time, the instructor standing on the podium spoke up. Stop. AT's time for class. Both of you, take your seats. Samuel was startled but still stared intently at Wu Haiyan. He was quite surprised, wondering, since when? Samuel looked at his hand in shock. Wu Haiyan also stopped, full of doubt. It's one thing for them to suddenly appear, but why are my and Samuel's talents being nullified? Who exactly is this instructor? Even though he is seriously injured, Wu Haiyan is steadfast. Do not joke around. Robolt pushed up his glasses, casually telling them, well, I have to introduce myself too, so hurry back to your seats. Samuel reluctantly clicked his tongue and strode down the class. Wu Haiyan also turned back to his desk, muttering, It's frustrating, just let Ada go like this. Robolt raised his voice, dispelling the murmurs. Everyone, quiet. Luna followed him with her eyes. He stood on the podium, introducing himself solemnly. My name is Robolt, and from now on, I will be responsible for teaching you magic. Wu Haiyan maintained a calm expression on the outside, but in his heart, he was excited. So, he is the magic instructor. If he is an instructor at Satan, he must be strong. Really looking forward to AT. In a fantasy world, the first thing I think of is magic. In my novels, magic is completely different from talent or characteristics. Perhaps AT's closer to a skill. Depending on your perspective, AT can even be considered scholarship. Bolt above had started his lecture. First, if you want to learn magic, there is one thing you must know. That is attribute. Attributes consist of 4 bi-dech elements: water, fire, earth, wind, along with darkness and light, for a total of 6 core attributes. Wu Haiyan listened carefully, nodding inwardly. Attribute. Usually, you only possess 1, but I might possess 2. I absolutely can't fall. He tightly grips the piece of paper in his hand, thinking, there is still one way. The bear's family must be the darkness attribute, but the arson family is unclear. Robolt announced on the podium, so, in today's class, we will check the magic attributes of each person. He took a crystal ball sparkling with mysterious purple colors. Place your hand on this ball, and the color will appear. All right. Everyone, line up here. The students in the class stood up one after another. Only he remained seated, thinking, I will line up last to conveniently observe the others. A blonde male student came to stand in front of the crystal ball. Robolt happily told him, place your hand on AT. The male student said yes and slowly reached his hand. When his hand touched the ball, the color inside AT immediately turned red. He then called, oh, this student has the fire attribute. Students lined up one after another. Wu Haiyan stood at the end of the line, sticking his head out to look. Robolt continuously said loudly, green is the wind attribute. Next student, place your hand on AT. Earth attribute. Next. Soon AT was his turn. Wu Haiyan smiled, thinking, AT's my turn already. Faster than I thought. Robolt looked at him, his face eager. All right. Next. Wu Haiyan stands up, smiling. No matter what, I have to try. Student Adol. Right. Wu Haiyan smiled and replied, yes, I am Adol. Feeling surprised. He even knows my name. He nodded slightly. Try putting your hand on AT. He reached towards the crystal ball. The ball immediately emitted a pale gray light, with a white gleam at its center. Wu Haiyan looked, uncomprehending, thinking, what is this? Why is the color like this? Robolt also exclaimed in surprise. He leaned closer to the ball, muttering, how rare. Half black, half gray. He asked, what attribute is this color? Robolt stood up straight, answering, black is darkness, commonly seen in high-ranking demons. But this gray color is rare. Wu Haiyan frowned slightly, so even the instructor does not know. He reached and pushed up his glasses, looking confident. No, I know. AT's just so rare that I am a little surprised. Gray symbolizes chaos, the foundation of magic that defies the laws. He was surprised. There is magic like that. Robolt shrugged, smiling. I only know that much. I am not too clear about the rest. Wu Haiyan, hearing this, only said, I understand. But in his head he was thinking, this is the first time I have heard of this attribute. AIT does not seem to have appeared in the novel I wrote. Seeing this, Peltz laughed scornfully. You still dare to resist. That is worthy of the family head. The foundation of magic that defies the laws. The answer must be hidden in that statement. Let us start with the darkness attribute first. Time slowly passed, and soon it was break time. Wu Haiyan was still sitting in his seat, looking pensive, gray, defying the laws. While he was lost in thought, a beautiful face suddenly appeared from behind. Close to his, Wu Haiyan suddenly turned his head. What are you doing behind me? Prone, startled by his action, screamed. She flusteredly blurted, Oh, how did you find out about my stealth skill? Wu Haiyan looked blank. Stealth? What? Prone cuffed lightly. That is not important. She crossed her arms and looked down at him. What are you thinking about? Anyway. He smiled, asking back. Thinking about what? Prone flatly dismissed it. Do not pretend. You clearly provoked him. She jerked her chin towards Samuel, who was sitting in a corner with an annoyed expression. Wu Haiyan angrily mocks. A bunch of old men bringing a crowd to catch a kid. What kind of system is that? Wu Haiyan laughed. I just can't stand being messed with. Prone exclaimed in surprise. Can't stand it. He hesitated slightly. Is there a problem? She moved close to his face, whispering harshly. You have touched his family. Wu Haiyan remained indifferent, replying, Anyway, no external forces can enter Satan. So it should be fine. Right? Prone angrily shouted. That is not it. He was taken aback, and seeing this, she sneered. You really do not know anything. This is not a matter between demons. That guy's family is... Saying this, Prone suddenly stopped, sighing in frustration. She turned to leave, only saying, I am going back to my seat for now. Be careful. Anyway, Wu Haiyan was left with a bellyful of questions. What was that girl about to say? Was she warning me about the ruthlessness of Samuel's family? Surely not. The break ended, and the students returned to their seats one by one. He also sat up straight, secretly dismissing the jumbled thoughts. Anyway, AT's the last class. Focus. Now that I think about AT, the next instructor is... A large hand slammed heavily on the teacher's desk. He taunts, or why do not you change your job to being babysitters? Oh, but I guess you can't do anything alone. Peltz grits his teeth in anger. The swordsmanship instructor named Ars stood before the class. He had a massive build, with spiky, purple hair sticking up. Ars looked around and then said in a booming voice, You are too weak. Normally you would not deserve to be here, fighting a puppet with only a fraction. No, not even half of your true strength and still being swept away, except for 8 teams. Am I wrong? A few students who were scolded could only lower their heads sheepishly. Wu Haiyan was a little more optimistic than the others, thinking, damaging self-esteem like this on the first day. AT must be to provoke us. Above, Ars was still excitedly presenting. So, even if you have to give your life, you must take at least one arm of the opponent. Your instructor will teach you swordsmanship, and to do that, just a moment later, the whole class was herded out to the 5, running hard in his shouting, Run. Ars stood on the side, watching with his arms crossed, constantly raising his voice. The foundation of swordsmanship is stamina. If your stamina is good, your skills will be twice, 3 times as strong. The students ran so tired that they were out of breath, constantly complaining, I am going to die. When will we get a break? 8 is already the 30th lap. Just as Prone and Samuel ran past Ars, looking not at all tired, with faint magical auras around them, he got annoyed and shouted loudly, Hey! You two! Who told you to use magic while running? Huh. The magic was suddenly interrupted, and both of them fell to the ground at the same time, crying in unison. Sorry. Ars' face darkened. He ordered, You two start Ju VA from the beginning right now. Prone and Samuel ran off while groaning. He says darkly, I was going to send you off painlessly. Now I will pierce your heart with the sword bestowed by Count Leon. Wu Haiyan, seeing this, secretly felt satisfied. Those pampered nobles only know how to use tricks. That won't do. When I first possessed this body, I already defeated a knight, fled to the demon realm, and wandered everywhere. He did not know how long he had run, but finally Ars shouted, Everyone stop. You have worked hard today. Students who ran enough 50 laps can go back to the dormitory. Behind the class lined up were Prone and Samuel, drenched in sweat, lying limply on the ground. Trembling, he added sternly, if you did not run enough, make up for AT. Wu Haiyan glanced at Samuel behind him. Smiling, he secretly sighed. The first day was really intense. Time to go back to the dormitory. Wu Haiyan slowly walked towards the large dormitory building. His whole body was exhausted, and he sighed inwardly. I am so tired. I just want to go back to the dormitory and take a nap. The entrance to the men's dormitory should be here. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested on Wu Haiyan's shoulder. Startled, he reacted extremely quickly, dodging the hand. Wu Haiyan tilted his head to look back, seeing Rin standing there. Wondering, Rin. Peltz rushes forward furiously. Go to hell. Why is Rin here? She was standing right behind him, her face gloomy, her blue eyes flashing with a cold light. Wu Haiyan quickly adjusted his attitude, politely asking, Miss Rin, are you on your way back to the dormitory? Rin nodded. He again showed concern. How was the first day of classes? She lowered her eyes. Not answering. Wu Haiyan thought, did someone in class upset her? This situation is too easily misunderstood. His whole body stiffened, sensing the gazes of the other students looking at him and the whispers. Could those two really have something going on? At this moment, Rin suddenly spoke. Not enough. Wu Haiyan was taken aback by her abrupt statement. What? She raised her voice. Training is still not enough. Let us do the finishing exercise of the session together. Ignoring his pale and tired face, Rin asked again, train with me. Wu Haiyan, dragging his feet as he followed her, secretly cried out, does not this girl know what fatigue is? Rin really did not seem to know fatigue. She turned to look at him, smiling and urging, there are private training rooms for students here. There is still time. Let us go quickly. Wu Haiyan replied softly, yes. I understand. In his head, he encouraged himself. Anyway, AT's training with the descendant of the Sivin deadly sins. Even if I am tired, I should try my best. The two went to the training building for students. Wu Haiyan happily thinks, this is the moment. As soon as he stepped inside, Wu Haiyan could not help but exclaim, AT's really spacious. He looked around, making a mental note, quite a lot of training equipment, and everyone is really diligent. AT will definitely help increase physical strength effectively. Rin pointed to the weightlifting area, saying, Adele, let us start with this. Wu Haiyan nodded. Can I try first? She was a little worried. AT looks pretty heavy. He took off his outer jacket, went to VH and grabbed the barbell, confidently replying, do not worry. In his heart thinking, with my years of gym experience, this is simple. Wu Haiyan used all his strength to lift the barbell. But even though he gritted his teeth and the veins on his neck bulged, Ada did not budge even an inch. Rin coldly judged, weak as a snail. Stop before you get hurt. His face flushed red. But he listened to her. Wu Haiyan stepped aside, bending UVA and panting. Secretly sighing, Adele's body has been locked in a room all year round, so Ada still can't handle Ada. Rin stepped in front of the barbell, bent down and grabbed the bar, muttering, this thing. She let out a soft shout, and the barbell was lifted high above head in a light and easy way. He immediately praised, Miss, that is amazing. Wu Haiyan told himself again, I can't even compare to her muscle strength. I really have to work harder. Time flew by. He immediately puts the piece of paper in front of the incoming sword. He stood in front of Rin, who was engrossed in training, reminding, Miss, AT's been 2 hours already. We should probably finish up and go back. She nodded. Okay. Wu Haiyan handed Rin her uniform jacket. Let me take you to the entrance of the dormitory. She threw the barbell down, indifferently saying, He watched Rin put on her jacket, thinking, I have been doing all sorts of training lately. I wonder what her state is like now. While Rin is changing, let us try to check. Wu Haiyan gently waved his hand, and a Bidich information panel about his race, inclination, talent, characteristics, and magic power appeared in front of him. Wu Haiyan calculated. Everything remains the same. Only magic power has increased by 1,321. Even though I practice using magic power every night, I only increase by 24. That is right. Now is the most difficult stage to increase. Should I get some supplements to drink? Beside him, Reen had finished changing and turned back to him. Done. Seeing Wu Haiyan standing there blankly, she called, "Oh, Adele. What are you doing?" He was startled, quickly replying, "Yes, let us go." The two walked together back to the women's dormitory. Wu Haiyan stopped, politely saying goodbye. "Please rest well." Reen nodded. "Adele. You too." The system announces, "Sufficient tribute has been received. The tribute exceeds the requirement slightly." He turned and left, thinking, "I am really too tired. I will go back to the dormitory and rest." Wu Haiyan walked to the front of the men's dormitory. He looked at the paper in his hand, muttering, "Go up the stairs, then turn right. Let us see. According to the admission letter, my dormitory room is room 40CV. Fourth floor. This must be the place." Wu Haiyan looked towards a door. He stood in front of room 40CV, preparing himself. "I wonder who my roommate is. I hope AT someone with good strength and personality. AT would be good if I could get lucky and pull him to my side." Wu Haiyan reached out to open the door, saying softly, "My first roommate in the demon world. I am so nervous." He pushed the door open, took a deep breath and said, "Hello. I am very glad to." But the words caught in his throat, because in front of Wu Haiyan at this moment was Samuel sitting and eating a lollipop. He also looked up at him. His movement paused. Then Samuel very dramatically dropped the lollipop in his hand, while Wu Haiyan froze. The two looked at each other, stunned. "Open the way to the demon world gate in the arson forest." Wu Haiyan hears this and smiles. He gritted his teeth, angrily thinking, "Why is he here?" Samuel also clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at Wu Haiyan. He returned to his seat, sitting at the desk and angrily banging on the surface. Wu Haiyan hugged his head, cursing inwardly, "Damn this is really terrible." Samuel sat on his bed, viciously biting through the lollipop, thinking, "Why am I in the same room as that guy?" He looked up at him, just in time to catch Wu Haiyan also looking at him. The two simultaneously turned their heads away. Samuel could not help but snort coldly. "You hybrid." He got annoyed, dangerous thought flashing in his mind. "Should I just take him?" Oh. Wu Haiyan let out a long breath, then suddenly stood up. He was startled by his action. Samuel jumped up as well, raising his voice. "What are you going to do?" Hultz panicked seeing Wu Haiyan disappear before his eyes. "What?" Wu Haiyan nonchalantly retorted. "Is there something wrong with your head? You want to fight here? I am just going. Oh, please rest quietly." He clicked his tongue, glaring at him, again cursing. "You jinx." Wu Haiyan, carrying an irritated mood, walked out to the schoolyard. He walked along grumbling. "I thought I could have some peace, but I have to share a room with that guy. I will just wait outside until he falls asleep before going in. He is not a descendant of wrath, so why is he like a ticking bomb? Tetch." So confusing. Wu Haiyan was slightly taken aback, thinking, now that I mention AT, Samuel is a descendant of greed. Right, just like I have a chaotic inclination. Before hearing Instructor Robolt's explanation, I did not pay much attention to that. What exactly does chaos mean? Should I ask the information broker? But he quickly dismissed AT. No. If there was anything, when transmitting how to use magic through the mark, the instructor would have also mentioned chaos. I should not waste money unnecessarily. A gate opens in front of him. A bright orange light flashes. Wu Haiyan sighed again. Not knowing anything is really frustrating. I will find a place to practice magic power. As he passed a tree, he suddenly heard the chirping of birds overhead. Wu Haiyan looked up, slightly surprised. A sparrow. Is 80 not? But there are birds here. How cute. He stared at the little bird for a long time, finally opening his mouth. In Satan, do external creatures come to live? How interesting. Wu Haiyan smiled and left, not noticing that behind him, the bird's eyes flashed red. Evening at Satan Academy. Wu Haiyan carefully pushed open the bedroom door. He looked towards Samuel's bed, secretly sighing in relief. Fortunately, he fell asleep first. Wu Haiyan uses the swap teleport technique to quickly run to the gate. I am really tired. I will probably just fall asleep right away. Wu Haiyan thought this, then took off his uniform jacket and collapsed on the bed. But then he told himself, but before sleeping, I have to practice magic power. After a while, Wu Haiyan's breathing gradually became more regular. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. Samuel stood by his bed, his green eyes flashing with a cold light, staring intently at him. He stood there for a long time, observing Wu Haiyan's sleeping face. In Samuel's eyes appeared hatred. Thinking, his sleeping face looks so stupid and annoying. And he dared to humiliate my family. Even if I am wrong, I do not need to apologize first. He turned away abruptly, shaking his head, annoyed with himself. There are so many things to do. Why do I have to worry about this lowly guy? But his eyes during class, just seeing them made my heart feel like AT was being squeezed. Seeing this, Peltz panics. I am sure I have experienced that feeling before. I do not know why. Samuel's body, which was sitting motionless, suddenly trembled, an unusual sensation spreading throughout his limbs. Samuel collapsed, unable to hold back a painful cry. He clutched his stomach. Sweating profusely, the veins on his forehead also bulging, Samuel uncomfortably cursed inwardly. Damn me, why is AT happening now? This hunger is tearing at my guts. I can't stand the hunger. AT's really hard to endure. Wu Haiyan in front of him suddenly turned VH, turning towards Samuel, and even let out a soft moan. He muttered irritably, already hungry and having to look at that hateful face until morning. I really just want to punch him once to vent my anger. On the other side, he was unaware of Samuel's thoughts, burying his face in the pillow with satisfaction and exclaiming, "Oh my God!" Early in the morning, the sound of the clock from the large clock tower echoed throughout the academy. Wu Haiyan groggily sat up. What time is IT? Is AT morning already? He again heard a melodious chirping outside the window. He shouts, "Stop!" But AT's too late. Wu Haiyan approached, looking outside, and saw the little bird from yesterday perched on a branch right next to the window. He was slightly surprised. AT's the bird from yesterday. AT's already here so early in the morning. Wu Haiyan smiled, understanding in his heart, Satan is so sensitive to external intrusions. Yet AT allows other creatures to enter. Someone is playing a trick to follow me. AT must be Instructor Rs, the one who is always most wary of me. Probing magic power is not an illusion but definitely a living creature. Should I give IT some food to try to tame AT? Thinking this, he opened the window, reaching out and waving at the bird. Chirp chirp. Come here. Wu Haiyan looked towards Samuel's bed, which was now empty. So, Samuel must have gone to have breakfast. I should also go and eat before breakfast ends. But where is the dining hall? Outside, the soft sunlight shone everywhere, and soon AT was time for class. Idea slowly entered the classroom. Good morning. Wu Haiyan, looking exhausted, sat up straight, feeling frustrated in his heart. AT took him forever to find the dining hall, so he ended up not eating anything this morning. I do not know if I can study properly. She stood on the podium, saying loudly, I have an important announcement. Is there anyone absent? He wondered in surprise. Important. While rushing, Wu Haiyan thinks triumphantly, what kind of monster, daring to chase me all the way here? Idea smiled cheerfully. During the morning roll call, a class president will be chosen. The students in the class immediately exclaimed. Wu Haiyan was stunned. Wondering, suddenly choosing a class president. A male student sitting at the first desk raised his hand. How will the class president be chosen? She explained. Usually the students nominate themselves and elect the class president. But I have changed my mind. The class president that I choose is... Idea had only said this much when Prone sitting below suddenly let out a strange laugh. She stood up, excitedly exclaiming, Well done, Instructor. Wu Haiyan smiled. Judging. Just like in the novel, AT's Prone. Samuel has such a personality that AT would be difficult for him to be class president. Prone was shining brilliantly, smiling smugly. From now on, I will lead you. Just see me as your king. The smile on his face deepened. Thinking, that is right. Prone is the most suitable. Although she is a little foolish, no one can match her leadership skills and buffing abilities for teammates. Wu Haiyan suddenly heard the other students whispering. What about Adel? He also seems talented. A half-demon wants to be class president. The gate appears right before his eyes. He happily thinks, I found AT. And Samuel. That guy is a little scary. These words made him happy. Because of his performance on the first day. He made a good impression. AT feels good to be mentioned. But the class president is almost certainly prone. Prone said loudly, do not hesitate. Quickly announce AT. Instructor. Idea let out a soft laugh. She said gently, the class president is not prone. Prone was startled, exclaiming in dismay. Idea looked in one direction. The class president of Class A is Pixie Adele. Wu Haiyan was stunned, exclaiming, what? Me? Prone shouted loudly. Impossible. He stared at Idea, thinking incomprehensibly. Dare to choose a half-demon as class president. What is she thinking? She looked at Wu Haiyan calmly. Class president Adel, please try to lead the class well. He replied awkwardly. Yes, madam. But Pelt still does not give up. He rushes Zhu Viape shouting, you won't escape. Idea smiled. I have a class to teach in another class, so I will just announce AT and leave. To prepare for the midterm exam coming up at the end of the semester, the class will focus more on practice. Samuel heard this and turned away. Annoyed. Tossed. She continued to announce, the practice will be divided into groups of 3. Please form your groups today. Wu Haiyan fell into thought again. Midterm exam and practice. If IT's practice in Satan, Ada must be taking lives. In battle, taking the lives of others is inevitable. Idea looked towards Prone, announcing, that is all. Prone. If you talk to me in that tone of voice again, you will get a prioritized remedial lesson. Prone exclaimed in a fluster. Wu Haiyan thought, she is managing Prone very strictly. Idea before leaving the class also told him, Class president, remember to submit the Gita Reap list to me at the end of class. Now. Everyone, try to study hard. Wu Haiyan rested his chin on his hand, thinking, the list can wait. But is there a practice area? Or will IT be like yesterday, using Idea scarecrows as opponents? Saying this, he quickly chases after him. No, if that were the case, there would be no need to form groups. According to the plot, 8 is not yet time to attack the human realm. But the important thing is to form a proper Grottrupper first. Fortunately, I have a rough idea already. His eyes turned towards Lune's pink hair. In the hallway, 2 instructors were walking side by side when they saw Ars striding towards them from the opposite direction. Both watched him with wary eyes. Ars wore a face as if someone owed him money, striding forward without even looking at them. In her office, Idea was sitting at her desk processing paperwork. Ars pushed open her office door with a slam, calling loudly, Instructor Idea. Idea looked up. Looking gentle. You have arrived. Senior. He questioned sharply. What are you really thinking? She smiled. It's been a long time since I have seen Senior's serious face. Ars dismissed he. Now is not the time to talk about those things. His eyebrows arched, angrily exclaiming, why did you let that guy be class president? But just as he is about to touch Wu Haiyan, he steps through the gate to another place. Idea still maintained a friendly attitude. That happened this morning. Right. Senior seems to have eyes and ears everywhere in Satan. Ars stormed in front of her, letting him be class president. Do not you understand the meaning of that? Idea slammed her hand on the desk and stood up, her voice also a little louder. Of course I understand. Even if only temporarily. Ada gives him the authority to command Class A. He also slammed his hand hard on the desk, knowing that and still doing AT. You are really crazy. There is still time. Immediately replace him with another class president. If not. R's eyes were full of threat as he stared at her. Idea also did not concede, coldly looking back. After a moment, she slowly opened her mouth. I do not want to. He wrung his hands in frustration. I am going crazy. Idea said calmly. Senior, I like that kid. His strength is also top-notch, and he is not arrogant like the descendants of the Sevian deadly sins. And he is protected by the Bear's family, so his identity is also guaranteed. Ars retorted in a zip voice. Even if his identity is guaranteed, we can't be sure that he is trustworthy. There is nothing more dangerous than a blind sword. He smiles and turns around. Sir Peltz. She closed her eyes, warily letting out a sigh. Idea stepped past him, nonchalantly replying, I will manage my own affairs. Senior, please do not interfere. Even though I am a new instructor, I am confident I have an accurate eye for talent. Ars angrily called Instructor Idea. She ignored his call, leaving the office and him standing there frustrated. Ars put his hands on his hips and cursed under his breath. His face revealed a somber expression as he plotted. No matter what, I must get that class. I should not let such a dangerous person fall into Idea's hands. Above all, that half-demon left me with an unforgettable wound in the past. I do not understand why he and Adel have such an eerily similar aura. The chances of them sharing blood are very low, but leaving A to like this is too suspicious. I still do not know what he ultimately wants. Thinking that, Ars walked to the window and whistled a long note. A small bird flew swiftly from afar, chirping in response to him. Ars listened intently to its report, muttering, still no unusual activity. See you later, leaving him helpless behind. He waved his hand to release the bird, ordering, continue to monitor him. Ars watched the bird disappear into the distance, telling himself, do not take your eyes off him for even a second. In the classroom during break time, students were chatting in small groups. Wu Haiyan looked around. Noticing everyone was busy forming groups during the break, he sat motionless, faint smile on his lips, thinking, I am the class president, but no one's asked me a single thing. It must be because I look too cunning. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Hey, do you want to them up with me? Wu Haiyan involuntarily glanced UVF. He saw a male student approaching Samuel at the back of the class, asking him to them up. Samuel indifferently gave him a look. Sure, as long as you do not get in my way. The male student looked pleased. Thank you, Samuel. This is my friend. Wu Haiyan gritted his teeth, thinking, even someone like that can find a gi reeb. Why has not anyone asked me? There is no choice. I will have to do AT myself. He stood up abruptly, preparing to find his own gi the reef. In another corner, Luna stood still, her hands constantly twisting together. Wu Haiyan steps into the vortex, letting AT suck him in and raises his hand to greet Peltz arrogantly. She was worried. As expected, no one's proactively seeking a half-demon like me. I need to form a gi group before activity time ends. Anyone will do. Just as she thought that, Wu Haiyan's voice suddenly rang beside her. Hello. He slowly approached her, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes, exuding a terrifying aura. Luna was frightened by this Wu Haiyan and turned pale. Crying out, eek. She involuntarily took a step back, covering her mouth and looking at him cautiously. Wu Haiyan smiled. Mentally assessing, she sensed my mana and got startled like that. Her mana is decent, and she even has healing abilities. She would be perfect for the Geek Erupt. He made his voice more friendly, politely asking, I am Edel. We greeted each other last time. Do you have a gi repeat yet? Luna stammered. Not yet. Wu Haiyan smiled. Great. What is your name? She hesitated slightly, taking a moment before timidly answering. Ada's Luna. He immediately invited. That is a nice name. Them up with me. Okay. Being in a gi group with a class present like me will be very beneficial for you. Luna lowered her head in confusion. That is a little. He can only stand there cursing without being able to do anything. Wu Haiyan suddenly leaned in, calling. Luna. Activity time is almost Juvie Day. We are both half-demons, so we will get along great. The dangerous light in his eyes flashed again, scaring her so much that she trembled, letting out a weak cry. Finally, Luna conceded. Okay. Let us them up. Wu Haiyan immediately flashed a radiant smile, reaching his hand. A wise choice. Prone jumped of nowhere, asking, wise choice for what? She plopped down in a nearby chair, grinning. Looks like you have not formed a gi ruppy yet. He startled looking at Prone, muttering, when did she get here? She again put on an air of superiority. All right. You too. Follow me. I will take you as my subordinates. Wu Haiyan politely gestured. I have already formed a guepsh. Please go somewhere else. Prone pointed a finger at his face. Do not mess with me. I heard everything. Luna looked worriedly at the two arguing. Why in front of me? Prone maintained her smug smile. I have not acknowledged you as class president yet. The real leader of this class should be me. Wu Haiyan remained silent. Calculating, should I refuse? But she does not seem like she will give up. Oh well. Might as well just let Prone join the Geither Rup. Seeing him silent for a while, she impatiently called, "Oh, why are not you answering?" Wu Haiyan still wore his unchanging cunning expression. Thinking, but even if Prone is the Geither Rup leader, all decisions must be approved by me first. After all, she is a descendant of the CV and deadly sins. It's better to keep her close. Peltz thinks. He is gone to the demon world. Prone reached out to Lu Ne with a confident look. Just trust and follow me. She timidly nodded in response. He observed them both. Thinking, I will save face for Prone while also finding a way to exploit her. 1 week later, in the male dormitory, Wu Haiyan checked his stat sheet. Muttering, I need to get some supplements urgently. I can't do anything about the mana, but I have not grasped chaos at all yet. Hopefully, this week's magic class will provide a clue. The black dragon on the desk suddenly twitched, attracting his attention. Wu Haiyan looked down at the black dragon curled up asleep in the cardboard box. Whispering, Crete's solitary curse is also gradually becoming unstable. I have to keep a tea by my side. The things I have to worry about just keep piling up. A's fortunate that Samuel is still quiet, so AT's less of a hassle. Samuel, standing behind him, overheard this and coldly snorted. Wu Haiyan sighed. Encouraging himself, well, everything will be alright eventually. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Idea stood in front of the class, her face radiant. Good morning. Wu Haiyan observed her. Guessing, the instructor seems excited. Something good must have happened. The space around Wu Haiyan becomes dark and black. Idea cheerfully announced. Alright, today's class will be a little special. We will be going outside for practical training. He was both excited and curious. Finally. Practical training. But outside. She smiled. We will be leaving Satan and going to a place called Oregon. Wu Haiyan exclaimed in surprise. Oregon. He thought. If I remember correctly, that is a prison. The place where the defeated are held captive in the great war between humans and demons. Are they taking the whole class to a prison? Idea walked out of the classroom door, turning back to urge. We are traveling by interdimensional train. Hurry and follow me. The students immediately buzzed with excitement. I am so curious. I wonder what kind of place Atai is. 8 is not even vacation time. But we get to go outside. That is great. Wu Haiyan felt a little happy at the expense of others. Thinking, everyone's excited to hear that we are going outside. But they will probably be horrified when they find out what Oregon is like. But there is something more important than the practical training there. Soon, the main characters will find a special opportunity in Oregon. If I go, I can seize IT first. But can I avoid the eyes of so many others? The guards probably are not simple either. He eats some kind of food while recalling. I do not know how much time has passed. Prone, walking behind him, suddenly slapped him hard on the back. Why is your face so ugly? Wu Haiyan forced a smile. It's my first time doing practical training outdoors, so I am a little nervous. She laughed, still with her usual strange laughter. You know how to worry too, with that gloomy face. I thought you did not know what fear was. Prone patted him repeatedly on the shoulder. Loudly reassuring. Is not I here? Do not worry about anything. Just trust this Geither Rup leader. Wu Haiyan warily thought. She really does not know how to get tired. I wonder if she will still be this carefree when we leave Oregon. But thanks to Prone, I feel a lot lighter. The interdimensional train began to depart. He sat on the train heading straight for Oregon, resolving in his heart, a rare opportunity. No matter what, I have to seize that chance. The interdimensional train did not travel long before stopping. The loudspeaker announced, Attention passengers, the train has arrived at Oregon. Please disembark safely. Wu Haiyan left the train, setting foot on the land of Oregon. Before him was a giant castle shrouded in purple mist. Idea led the Geither Rup student. All right. Everyone, we have arrived. Follow me. Wu Haiyan observed the massive architecture. Reminding himself, This is the human prison. Organ. As expected, the atmosphere is truly eerie. Two male students walking ahead of him exchanged apprehensive glances. Why does Ada feel so C-rep-pi? Do we really have to do practical training in this place? When I woke up after passing through the gate, I found myself in a dungeon. More precisely, an artificial dungeon created by someone, called the Demon Technique Secret Realm. Idea heard this and reassured. Yes, this is the organ training area. AT's not time to fight yet, so do not worry too much. Wu Hain internally judged her. She knows what is about to happen and still says that, what a twisted hobby. The whole class was soon stopped by a gavabruff of organ prison guards. The leader exuded an invisible pressure. Pressing Idea. You are from Satan. She nodded, taking a piece of paper. Yes. Here's the confirmation. Wu Hain quietly observed. Thinking, a prison guard probably has the same strength as an instructor. This pressure is no joke. The large gate behind the prison guards opened, and they stepped aside. The leader gestured. Confirmation complete. Follow me. Idea turned back to the students. All right, let us go. Everyone followed in a line inside. The long, damp passageway was lit by countless torches, and the students could not help but look around. A large centipede suddenly scurried past their feet. From the high ceiling, a groaning voice echoed down. Please. Spare me. I do not want to die. Please. Save me. The people below felt a chill down their spines. Prone looked around with a worried expression. What kind of place is this? Anyway. A male student at the end of the line suddenly stopped, covering his nose. Do not you smell something strange? The male student next to him glanced at him. More than that. Ada feels like something's about to jump. Oh. Wu Hain just smiled. Thinking, the reactions are starting. Why is there jerky in a stone bed here? Was Ada created by the treasure keeper? Samuel. Walking behind, pushed the male student covering his nose. Do not linger in front of me. Move along. He mumbled to himself. Samuel is not showing any reaction at all. That guy is really weird. Idea stopped suddenly. Calling out. Everyone. The students who had been walking closer also started to stop. Wu Hain was blinded by the sudden light in front of him. She calmly introduced. We have finally arrived at the training area. They were standing in a skylight in the center of the prison, surrounded on all sides by stone walls and iron doors. All the students who witnessed the scene before them were astonished. Wu Hain thought, this is the true face of organ. Hell. Behind the bars were people who had been tortured to the point of withering away, with no light in their eyes, their bodies covered in wounds. None of them reacted, simply motionless or sitting or lying in a corner. Idea smiled. As you can see, this is where the humans who attacked the demon realm are imprisoned. These humans have all killed at least one demon, including pregnant women and children. Now, you are probably curious about the theme of the practical training. On the opposite side, guards led a prisoner with chained hands and feet. Slowly approaching, she turned to look at the prisoner, a green light flashing in her eyes, and began to release her full mana, not forgetting to tell her students. So, watch carefully. Wu Hain looks at the stone walls in front of him and thinks. Moreover, there is a barrier that can block even a sword and a stone guardian in front. I do not know which high-ranking family created AT, but there are too many strange points. The prisoner trembled and kneeled on the ground, gaping an idea, but could only utter meaningless sounds. She suddenly reached and grabbed his chin. Green light flashed on Idea's fingertip. She smiled cruelly, gently telling the prisoner, now, swallow AT obediently. AT will be UV soon. The prisoner made retching sounds filled with horror. Luna looked at the scene in fright, quickly covering her mouth. Samuel, on the other hand, seemed very excited. After swallowing the light, he screamed in agony, his head immediately undergoing a transformation, beginning to swell as if something were crawling inside. Even pulsating. Then suddenly, the prisoner's head exploded with a pop. Blood splattered everywhere. Wu Hain was startled by a drop of blood hitting him. Idea turned back to look at the students, cheerfully asking, just eliminate one human in your own way. Very simple. Right? Behind him, Many students could not help but gag. Wu Hein remained expressionless, thinking, even seeing such a horrific scene and not feeling scared. 80 must be because I have synchronized with Adol. Especially that guardian. Just looking at AT is scary. If I rush in with my current strength, I will probably evaporate. Even if I do something more cruel, my goal will not change. I must survive to the end, reverse the miserable fate of this world, and fulfill Adol's wish. Idea looked directly at him. Class president, do you have anything to say? Wu Hein slowly stepped forward. A dagger appeared in his hand. Wu Hein walked to the door of a cell, coldly pulling open the iron door. The prisoner inside had his hands tied backwards, pinned tightly to the wall. Seeing Wu Hein approaching with the dagger, he could not hide the terror on his face. He smiled, asking the prisoner, "Do you have any regrets?" He angrily shouted, "The only regret is not being able to eliminate more vermin like you. Humans will definitely wipe out the demon race." Before he could finish speaking, the prisoner let out a scream, and blood splattered high. Wu Hein looked at the blood-stained blade, smiling excitedly, inwardly exclaiming, "Acting after hearing those words makes me feel so much better." He put the dagger in his chest pocket, calmly walking. "Oh, that is AT. Right," Idea clapped in praise. "Perfect." She looked at the other students. "All right. Like the class president, each of you enter a cell and begin your practical training." Suddenly, a message appears on the piece of paper. "This is the first time. If IT happens again, a penalty will be imposed." The half-demon students line up separately. Luna's face turned pale, and her eyes widened as she looked ahead. Idea pointed to one side. "Please come UVA here." Wu Hein was surprised. "Only the half-demon students. Besides me and Luna, there are a few others, but Luna does not seem well at all." Idea smiled, telling the half-demon Giep your rep, "You must execute the assigned prisoners." On her right side was a row of prisoners kneeling in a line. His gaze fell on them, and he was slightly shocked. "These prisoners are half-demons." Idea spoke calmly. "You must prove yourselves. Prove that you are different from those traitors." A male student could not help but tremble violently. He rushed forward, kicking a prisoner in the ribs, shouting loudly, "Do you know how much we have suffered?" The other half-demon students immediately joined in. "Yes, yes, that is right. Go to hell." The situation immediately became chaotic. Wu Hein thought without changing his expression. "AT starting." The paper continues. "You can't use items that do not belong to you to pay the price. If you do not comply, information transactions will not be carried out." The prisoners cried out incessantly. "Spare me. No, please do not. Please." On the other side, Samuel used his magic on a prisoner, coldly stating, "Swallow him whole." The scream of the person immediately went silent. Luna was the only student who had not taken action. She covered her head, tears streaming down her small face. Wu Hein observed Samuel, thinking, "If I had Samuel's magic, I would not have to resort to such brutality. But, does he want to tear humans apart to the point of eating them alive?" He turned to look at Luna, who was completely distraught. He worried, "Luna has completely lost her spirit. If Instructor Idea finds it'll be troublesome." At this moment, Prone suddenly spoke up. "Instructor, AT's okay to just handle AT with our own abilities, right?" Idea nodded. "Yes, that is right." Prone replied curtly. "Understood," and then turned away. She walked up to a prisoner, reaching out, and magic enveloped the other's body. "You belong to me. Now, eliminate the human next to you." Seeing this, Wu Hein helplessly thinks, "A's angry. AT's letting me off this time." The prisoner was immediately controlled, turning to strangle his companion, who pleaded with difficulty, "Do not. Please do not do this." Prone just stood there coldly watching. When AT was UV, she glanced at Idea, asking, "Is that AT?" Idea said with satisfaction, "Yes, that is acceptable. We will gradually adjust the parts that are not good enough." Prone snorted and turned away. Wu Hein reflected. Prone is not without hatred for humans, but she is weaker than I thought. Idea suddenly spoke up. "Well, there is only one person left. Right? Student Luna." Luna trembled at the sound of her name. A wild look flashed in her eyes as she said loudly to her, "Prove it. Which side do you belong to?" He turned to look at Lu now again. Worrying. If she can't get through this practical training, then Luni. She was still slumped on the ground. Trembling. Thinking, "No. I can't do it. Please. Let me out of here." Lune collapsed on the ground. Suddenly he exclaims in question. Her whole body was shaking, but she could not do anything at all. At this time, Wu Haiyan immediately asked, "Are you okay?" She was surprised. "Adele." His voice was calm. "Wait a moment." Wu Haiyan rubbed his hands and said, "I will help Lune with this practical." Hearing this, Luna startled, and her eyes welled up. He slowly approached her. "All right, let us start." Wu Haiyan put the sword in her hand. He gently reminded, "It's going to be very scary, but you must do it. Relax your arm a little." Luna looked at the sword in her hand in horror. Wu Haiyan took Lune's trembling arm and said, "Just walk slowly forward like this." She closed her eyes tightly in fear. "There is an area on the wall that is shining strangely." Wu Haiyan asked, "That brick seems strange." Later, Luna slowly opened her eyes, tears streaming down from the corners of her eyes. Her face was filled with shock. He patted her head. Wu Haiyan praised. "Well done." But in his heart, he thought, "That was almost a disaster." Idea witnessed everything. She thought scornfully, "A half-demon who does not dare to take a human life. The punishment will definitely be terrible. If they are lucky, they will be expelled, but if not, they will face the worst-case scenario." Idea spoke. "What is the reason for doing that?" Class president. "You do not think that is good enough, do you?" Wu Haiyan replied. "No. Luna has achieved AT. She was surprised to hear that." "What?" He explained. "Clearly. The instructor said that you only need to kill someone using your own abilities to pass. Lune is the only one in Satan with the ability to heal. I know the value of that talent, so I helped her," Idea said loudly. "How ridiculous. According to that logic, you will abandon students without talent." He puts his hand on the brick and says, "Is it because I am Arsenadel that I can feel this?" Wu Haiyan replied indifferently. "Of course. If they do not have talent, I will abandon them immediately." Hearing this, she smirked. Idea turned to leave, reminding, "You are being too presumptuous. I will remember those words. I still have to worry about the other students. You two wait here." He secretly sighed in relief. That was close. Luckily, Idea liked that answer, but if AT had been ours, I would have been screwed. Wu Haiyan looked view to her and said, "Luna, you got lucky and passed." She happily replied, "Really?" Luna's voice gradually became weak. "Oh, that is great." As soon as she finished speaking, she staggered and fainted. He quickly caught Luni. "Looks like she fainted from too much stress." "That is good, too." Wu Haiyan leaned her against the corner of the wall and whispered, "Rest now." He thought, "Now, AT's time for the main event. I have grasped the inside of organ, and there is still plenty of time." A drop of dew fell, creating a small puddle. Suddenly a voice rings, "Oh, you are not qualified." Wu Haiyan stood hiding behind the stone wall. He thought to himself, "As expected, the security is tight. If I want to find that opportunity, I have to go down to the basement. Okay, let us try to cover myself in darkness." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Haiyan's body was enveloped in an energy. Seeing this, he thought, "I succeeded. I have definitely improved a lot compared to before. Good. If I am invisible in the dark like this, I can sneak in. I just need to get to the entrance to the basement nearby." Wu Haiyan gradually moved out from behind the wall. He moved quietly. The guard at this time also suddenly noticed something unusual. Wu Haiyan immediately froze. He worried. "Have I been discovered?" The guard slowly observed everything. A moment later, the guard turned his head and left. He realizes, Ada seems to be the barrier release mechanism. What a pity. Wu Haiyan breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the organ guard, they detect even the slightest disturbance. I have to move quickly. Scene changes to the front of an empty cell. He thought to himself, I have found a T. The only empty cell on the first floor. There is a path down inside AI. Wu Haiyan then performed two-way displacement, an energy gradually enveloping his body. In a moment, Wu Haiyan was able to enter the cell. He quietly observed everything around him. Wu Haiyan wondered, a reverse gravity trap. Even though I foresaw AT. But how do I get down now? Based on the depth that the main character went down, I should be able to take advantage of AT. He mumbled, 1, 2, 6. Wu Haiyan then took the sword out of his pocket. He told himself, right now, and then launched the sword forward. While groping around, Wu Haiyan decides, I have to find another way to leave this place. Wu Haiyan guessed, the sound of AT being inserted into the floor, and then deployed two-way displacement. Wu Haiyan successfully landed. He was surrounded by a hazy cloud of dust. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, the sewer. Next will definitely be extremely poisonous black slime. If its poison touches someone, it'll definitely be fatal. Then, aim for its core from a distance. He quickly unleashed dark fangs, the black blade dance. Wu Haiyan's powerful attack easily pierced through the black slime in front of him. He put the sword back in his pocket. Now that I know its weaknesses, those black slimes are easy to deal with. Now I have to go underwater. Wu Haiyan then jumped into the water in front of him. He looks at the stone lying alone in front of him and wonders. That stone probably fell from the Guardian. A stone. Would AT work? A voice suddenly rang, oh, do not go any further. The evildoer has already died. He was slightly surprised to hear that. Wu Haiyan wondered. The villain. I never wrote that detail. This place was where rebellious nobles were sealed hundreds of years ago. The villain must refer to a noble that even the Demon King could not defeat and had to seal away. He said to himself, well, let us go down and see what is what. At that moment, a faint light gradually appeared. Wu Haiyan then surfaced from the water. He softly spoke, there it is. Before him was a skeleton gradually decaying. Wu Haiyan muttered, the opportunity must be hidden in the heart of that white skeleton. He revealed a delighted expression. I finally got it. Suddenly, Wu Haiyan's face showed clear astonishment. He exclaimed, huh. That heart. Then he performs the swap locate skill on the stone. The heart, which seemed to have rotted, was now emitting a bright red light. Wu Haiyan wondered, how could such a ridiculous thing happen? Powerful surge of energy enveloped the skeleton. He was incredibly astonished. I can't believe something like this is happening. And that mark, A's the arson family crest tattoo on my neck. So, the rebel of the demon world is related to the arson family. At that moment, a soft voice echoed. Oh, descendant of arson. Heed my words. Wu Haiyan quickly replied. Well, I am listening. The skeleton then said, if you can hear my lingering thoughts, you must also bear the burden as I do. Oh, my mixed bloodline. Ada warned, do not let yourself be consumed by chaos. Chaos is the power that overturns the laws. He and the stone successfully swap positions. If you keep indulging in searching for its meaning, you will inevitably meet the same end as I did. After saying that, its body gradually vanished. He muttered, the heart has returned to its original state. Wu Haiyan reached out and picked up the heart. A surge of red energy enveloped his body. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, I can feel it. I will constantly craving to destroy something. He softly said, perhaps IT's the wish that the arson ancestors once had. At that moment, the status window appeared. Wu Haiyan's voice became excited. Mind power. I finally got it. Let us test ITO. With that, he channeled energy into the sword in his hand, causing AT to slightly move. The sword then fell heavily to the ground. He successfully enters the barrier. Wu Haiyan exclaims, great. AT really worked. Wu Haiyan picked up the sword and said, AT's probably not a lack of magic power. Maybe I am just not used to AT yet. Looks like I need to practice a lot. He was very excited. Anyway, thanks to coming here, I found a clue about the chaos attribute. AT's a big unexpected gain. Wu Haiyan said to himself. Looking around, there is nothing else. I need to get back quickly before they notice I left the Gieger rep. Prone's sharp voice rang out. What were you doing alone? He softly replied. I was just taking a walk around. She asked in surprise. What? Taking a walk in this sea-rip pie place, Wu Haiyan justified. Watching the humans crammed in cages is quite interesting. With that, he turned and left. Prone angrily shouted. You said one sentence and now you are leaving. Wu Haiyan paid her no mind. He wondered. But, where's Luna? Luna approached Wu Haiyan. She softly called, "Oh, Adele." He replied, "Luna, did you sleep well?" She softly replied, "Yeah, I slept very well." Wu Haiyan teased, "That is good. Do not sleep so soundly that you do not notice if you get kidnapped." Luna said somewhat shyly, Thank you for helping me. If it were not for you." Suddenly from behind, a large monster appears. It opens its jaws full of ferocious teeth. Wu Haiyan replied, "It is nothing. Do not worry about it." He thought to himself, "Pleased, I have created a debt with Luna. I might be able to use it sometime." Idea's voice rang out. "All right, everyone gather around. It's good that no one was left behind this time." She deliberately teased, "The look in your eyes is different now. Is not it? It still needs some polishing, but it is acceptable for now." Idea announced, "Now, let us go back to Satan." The students behind were overjoyed. He was also secretly happy. This trip was short but felt like exile. I am finally getting out of here. Scene changes to the Satan Academy the next morning. A week has passed since the trip, and there have not been any major changes. It seems the students have shaken off some of their fear thanks to the experience of taking lives that day. He also always took the opportunity to practice the mind power attribute. He had to prepare for the midterm exam that the instructor always mentioned. According to the novel, the first-year midterm exam is when the invasion of the human realm takes place. In other words, the midterm exam is the invasion of the human realm. Wu Haiyan wondered, I wonder how many people in this class will survive. Scene changes to a magnificent castle in the demon world. The sun is obscured, leaving only small streams of light. He suddenly met eyes with Luna sitting above. Seeing that, she quickly turned away, avoiding Wu Haiyan's gaze. He wondered, what is wrong? Why does Luna look? She was slumped to vape on her desk. Wu Haiyan approached. He gently touched Luna's shoulder. She was surprised and jumped up. Wu Haiyan took the opportunity to tease. Are you awake now? Luna softly said, Adele, you startled me. He looked at her and said, I did not see any reaction, so I called you. Wu Haiyan kindly asked, you do not look so good. What is wrong? Luna became flustered. No, it is nothing. He put on a doubtful expression. Really? She replied. Yeah. Really? Someone curses. You idiot. Why did you spill a tea here? Wu Haiyan spoke again. Okay. Then, shall we have lunch together? Luna was a little surprised. Lunch? He asked curiously. Do you have other plans? Her face showed excitement. No. Let us eat together. Wu Haiyan happily turned and left. Then, let us meet at the entrance of the cafeteria at lunchtime. Luna replied with a hum. He thought to himself, although she is erratic, she is easy to understand. She is not too afraid of me anymore. I must have made a pretty good impression back in Oregon. Scene changes to in front of the lunch area. Countless students were walking around on campus. Wu Haiyan stood alone in front of the cafeteria entrance. He wondered, lunchtime is almost due veach. Why is not Luna here yet? I usually eat lunch alone anyway. Oh well. Let us go back to the dormitory and practice. Wu Haiyan then took his first step. Just then, Diana and Reen approached him while talking. A servant is scolding a subordinate. From above, a man wearing a black cloak is silently observing everything. Wu Haiyan panicked. Reen. Diana. I have to avoid them. He quickly used two-way transfer. Teleporting. Reen noticed something strange. Diana looked at her with curiosity. What is wrong? Reen. She replied, I saw my guardian, but I must have mistaken. Wu Haiyan hid behind a nearby bush. He wondered to himself, why are these two here? It's a terrible combination. And what I heard in Oregon. If I reveal my identity as a descendant of arson at this time. Wu Haiyan's expression turned gloomy for a moment. I am dead for sure. Not only the one who caused the demon world to lose, but also the one who eliminated even the demon king, or more precisely, the demon king's wife. He said to himself, I have to get out of here quickly. Diana's voice rang out from afar. I think I saw him too. Reen just replied. Oh well. He must be busy with something and left. Wu Haiyan had left the cafeteria area. He sighed in relief. That was close. I need to be more careful. Wu Haiyan looked around with curiosity. But this place is better than I thought. There is a place like this behind the cafeteria. He is Crete, the head of the bear's family of the demon world. He decided to himself, should I try practicing here instead of going back to that stuffy room? Suddenly, a piercing scream made Wu Haiyan flinch. He immediately rushed to the source of the sound, full of worry. Wait. This voice. Could it be? Wu Haiyan saw Luna collapsed on the ground, begging incessantly. Please. No. He was horrified. Luna. Wu Haiyan faced 3 male students who were bullying her. Luna softly called, "Oh, Adele." He thought to himself, I understand the situation roughly. Wu Haiyan said sternly, what are you planning to do with a classmate? All of you stop and go back to class immediately. A male student with a fierce face approached him. Crete turns into the room, talking with someone. AAT is quite stressful because the girl's about to attack the intermediate secret realm. He arrogantly said, looking at you defending a half-demon is disgusting. AT's unbearably despicable. From the beginning, a half-demon being the class president was ridiculous. The male student pointed at Wu Haiyan while speaking. He confidently declared, no matter who you are, you can't stand against all 3 of us. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of energy enveloped the male student's body. The space suddenly became eerie. His neck was being constricted. The other 2 male students were horrified at the sight. He looked at the male students with disdain. How laughable. You can't even move with just my killing intent. And you dare provoke me? The male student collapsed on the ground. He groaned in pain incessantly. The surrounding air suddenly returned to normal. Wu Haiyan looked at Yu. He suddenly felt strange. What is this? Why is not this kid's face changing at all? No, he is calmly observing me. Wu Haiyan glanced at Luna, who was fearfully cowering in a corner. He laments. How annoying. He looked at the male student and said sternly, I do not intend to fight, so stop it. Another one stammered. You, what did you just do? Wu Haiyan threatened. You better shut your mouth. I do not want to see your insides during lunch. The male student was afraid. He stammered. Let us go. Only Q calmly looked at him with hostility. Wu Haiyan was very curious. So calm. Not like a student at all. Besides Luna. There is another rough diamond. I have to investigate that guy. Luna quickly approached him. Adele. Wu Haiyan softly asked, are you okay? Luna. She replied. Yeah, I am not hurt. Thank you for helping me. He gave her a gentle smile and said, I am glad you are okay. Wu Haiyan spoke again. It's almost time for class. Let us go. I heard they are teaching formal magic today. I am so excited. Luna's cheeks were slightly flushed. Scene changes to the classroom. His voice rang, oh. All students, greet the instructor. The other students also said in unison. Good morning. In Crete's heart. He thinks, if she succeeds in the attack, she will be qualified to enter Satan, the Demon World Training Academy. Even if I order her to fail, she won't listen. Only when she enters Satan can she avenge her mother who died at the hands of humans. Robolt slammed the board hard. Everyone listen up. He loudly announced, today we will learn magic used in actual combat. I will teach you stealth and silence. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, stealth and silence. I am finally learning Adel's special skills. Robolt focused on teaching. On the battlefield. To win against humans stronger than yourselves. What must you do? The answer is assassination. For you, assassination is not an option but a necessity. He asserted, in this class, there is no student who can defeat the hero of the human world. Samuel heard that and snorted softly. Robolt said, first, I will demonstrate stealth. With that, a surge of energy gradually enveloped his body. Robolt instructed meticulously. Slowly warm up the tattoo. Feel the flow of magic power. Slowly release 80 outward. Even if the magic power is a bit weak, you must cover your entire body evenly. If you can't cover your whole body, the stealth is considered a failure. He listened to his lecture with interest. In an instant, Robolt disappeared before the entire class's eyes. Wu Haiyan suddenly realized, so that is how he was able to not be discovered when me and Samuel got into a fight. He remembers a girl with a gloomy expression, holding a sword in her hand. He gradually returned to normal. Robolt ordered. Today's exercise is to cover your body with magic power, he said. Now, everyone close your eyes. Controlling magic power in detail is very difficult. Try it slowly. Very slowly. Do not be hasty, and be patient. Even when you are in stealth, you can still see your body. All the students in the class focused on circulating their magic power. Robolt thought smugly. These kids are trying hard, but they probably can't do AT right away today. He observed Prone and praised her in his mind. Prone is indeed a descendant of the Sivine and deadly sins. Her magic power is abundant, and her sense of control Luvi magic power is also excellent. Robolt looked at Samuel with satisfaction, but the most outstanding is still Samuel. His figure has already faded. He truly is an extraordinary talent. He looked smug. Normally, 80 takes at least a week to grasp the trick. Both of them can be called geniuses. Suddenly, Robolt noticed something unusual. Wait, besides those two, there is another one who is just as excellent. That half-demon with the chaos attribute that Instructor Ars is extremely wary of. Pixie Adele. He witnessed Wu Haiyan complete the stealth spell. Preet sighs worriedly. I do not know if that child can survive among those evil demons. Robolt could not hide his surprise. No way. He was clearly sitting there just now, and he completely fooled me. Unbelievable. At the same time, he was thinking, too simple. Scene changes to when class ends. Wu Haiyan walking alone in the hallway. He muttered as he walked. With Adele's talent, stealth is basically done. Now, how do I combine stealth with the chaos attribute? I have to try AT as soon as I get back to the dormitory. Ordinary assassination skills won't work on truly strong people. I have to find a way. Robolt's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Wait, Adele. Wu Haiyan also softly turned around. He wondered. What is wrong? He asked again. Is this your first time learning magic at Satan? Wu Haiyan honestly replied. Yes. AT's my first time learning magic here, but I already have special abilities. Robolt chuckled. He was slightly flustered. Is that so? Robolt then spoke. If you have time, can you come to my research room? Hearing that, he could not hide his curiosity. Huh. Why? Suddenly a servant rushes in. AT's terrible. Family head, a big problem. He explained. Adele, you have outstanding magical talent and also possess the rare chaos attribute. Your research value is far beyond normal. He coldly replied. Is that so? Wu Haiyan lamented to himself. My talent is only good at assassination. Everything else is terrible. How laughable. He refused. I am busy today. I probably can't make time. Robolt showed clear regret. Oh, is that so? Wu Haiyan left and said, Then, I will see you next time. He immediately perked up again. You promised. Okay. Do not forget. At this time, he complained to himself, I have to play the magic genius again. Scene changes to the dormitory of Satan Academy. Wu Haiyan sat upright on the bed. He thought to himself, while Samuel is not here, let us start. Before the midterm exam, I still have something to resolve. To do that, I have to learn skills that go beyond stealth. Because there are human spies hiding in this demon world. If he sends information that I am here, Wu Haiyan tightened his grip. He affirmed to himself, I have to find and eliminate him at all costs. He is definitely a difficult opponent, so I have to prepare a trump card. Wu Haiyan then focused on circulating energy in his body. He coldly asks, What is the matter that you are panicking? He pondered, not only stealth, but also make myself half Ryu and half illusion. Make my existence as if 80 never happened. Wu Haiyan's stealth was quickly cast successfully. He was very satisfied. Okay, even I can't see myself anymore. Wu Haiyan's face suddenly changed. He coughed, his voice trembling. What? Why suddenly? Wu Haiyan was flustered. Why can't I breathe? The feeling is very strange. I have to undo 80 first. Stealth cannot be undone. He stood up, cursing under his breath. Damn A. Quickly. Quickly. The energy enveloping Wu Haiyan's body gradually fluctuated. Stealth was undone. He collapsed on the ground. Breathing heavily. The maid stutters. Please forgive me. There is news that a stranger has invaded the secret realm. Wu Haiyan was afraid. Time. Sensation. Everything is fading. 80's truly a terrifying feeling. An AT can only be undone when magic power is depleted, making AT even harder to control. If magic power had not been depleted, I might have lost consciousness. He mused. Now I understand why they said not to let the power of chaos consume you. But if I only use AT once, I can probably use AT as a trump card. This new skill combined with the chaos attribute and stealth, from now on I will call AT absolute stealth. Suddenly, Wu Hain's body collapsed forward. Samuel kicked him hard. He was yelling something. Wu Hain looked at the person in front of him and wondered. Samuel. He wondered. What is he saying? Telling me to get out of the way. Wu Hain opened his mouth to say something but could not make a sound. He immediately became flustered. I can't even hear my voice. Could AT be? He is surprised. The secret realm. She answers. Yes. There is no sign of the gate being opened. So everyone is panicking. I have lost my hearing. Scene changes to a small forest in the academy in the early morning when dew still clings to the leaves. Gentle sunlight covered the space. Wu Hain had just completed stealth. He then spoke to check his speaking ability. Wu Hain was satisfied. Thank goodness. I did not lose my hearing this time. He suddenly realized. But on the contrary, I can't see anything. It is clear that when using absolute stealth, you will lose some senses. Wu Hain moved clumsily. Step by step, he slammed his face straight into a large ancient tree. Wu Hain covered his face with his hands. He pondered. After a week of practicing again and again, I have lost my hearing, taste, touch, and even sight. Even if it is temporary, AT takes about 2 hours to recover. AT is unpredictable which sense will be lost, and the duration of the skill is only 3 seconds. Creed asks, has their identity been confirmed? The maid hesitates. The thing is, that person has proactively entered the mechanism that only the family head can use, but AT is not clear who AT is. Wu Hain gradually became frustrated. AT's all for naught. The risk is too great. AT's best to seal this skill away. AT should only be used when I am sure I can kill the opponent. I have also tried combining the chaos attribute with other attributes, but I have not gained anything. He lay straight on the grass. Wu Hain reminded himself, maybe I should focus on practicing swordsmanship or magic power now. Since I left the room early in the morning, I probably won't be late for class. Scene changes to R's class. The students were all running with all their might. He wondered. Every day we just run and run. When will we learn swordsmanship? At this time, his voice rang. Oh, stop physical training and gather here. Wu Hain loudly called. Oh, gather around. This is the instructor's order. Rs looked at him with resentment. AD seems that many people are still not happy with me being the class president. He coughed softly. Hearing this, Crete contemplates. Could AT be a forced summoning by the demon gate created in the war with humans? Rs announced, from now on, we will reduce the time for physical training and proceed in parallel with learning swordsmanship. Wu Hain was very excited. Finally, we get to learn proper swordsmanship. He held the sword in his hand and said, first, I will demonstrate. Class president. Step forward. Rs pointed the sword directly at him. Wu Hain replied, yes. He asked again, can you channel magic power into weapons? He said sternly, yes. I can. Rs declared fiercely, then use magic power to attack me. I will not use magic power. Wu Hain thought to himself, what is this? Is he planning to humiliate me in front of the whole class? He softly asked, so, you are only using the sword? He then replied, that is right. He drew the sword from his side and said, I understand. He orders. Anyway, he is just someone about to die. There is no need to care. You guys focus on preparing for my daughter. The maid immediately obeys. Wu Hain then took a stance. Only telling me to channel magic power into weapons means I can't use attributes. Let us see what R's level is like. He quickly rushed straight to him. Wu Hain swung his sword powerfully, but Rs easily dodged the attack. He frantically unleashed countless other tricky attacks. He used his sword to block Wu Hain's sword. Rs knocked the sword away, causing him to step back a great distance. Wu Hain knelt on the ground. He did not show any leniency, and stepped closer and closer to him. Wu Hain inwardly admired. No gaps. If he was in the human world, he would probably be a high-level expert. He thought to himself, But in the demon world, swordsmanship is evaluated based on the ability to control and channel magic power into the sword. So things like swordmaster or expert levels do not mean anything. Crete considers, if he survives of that secret realm, who knows, we might get a good warhorse. Channeling magic power into weapons is not an easy task in the first place, and being looked down upon like this is not fun at all. So, Wu Haiyan rushed to ours again with dizzying speed. He suddenly realized, the right carotid artery. Wu Haiyan swung at the target, but he managed to dodge his attack. Wu Haiyan quickly reversed the sword. He was very proud. Got him. R's deep voice rang out. Still lacking. The sword touched his body. Wu Haiyan could not hide his surprise. He took a direct hit. Full force. At the secret realm, Wu Haiyan is frantically running away. The students were very surprised to see this. Dust scattered everywhere. Wu Haiyan collapsed on the ground. Coughing, Rs seized the opportunity. He prepared to swing the huge sword at Wu Haiyan. He was afraid. I am going to die. Luno also softly called, "Oh, Adele." The sword got closer and closer to Wu Haiyan. Rs raised his hand and swung the sword decisively. Countless bricks and stones were smashed to pieces. Samuel observed the situation. He was also a little worried. A surge of energy enveloped his body. He asked scared, "What is this?" "A wolf. I almost died." Wu Haiyan quickly avoided that fatal attack. He mused, thanks to using mind power to deflect the sword. I escaped. If I had been any slower, I would have been cut in half. He still held the large sword firmly in his hand. Wu Haiyan spoke. Are you really going to take my life? Rs then denied at. There is no way. With that, he pulled his sword of his body. Rs threw at in front of him and said, Get back in line. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, so, he was really going to eliminate me. He stood in front of the class and asked, after directly fighting, Class President, what do you feel? He honestly replied, AT's the fighting style of the week. Rs asked curiously, What do you mean? Wu Haiyan then explained, You allowed me to use magic power, but you set limits on yourself. That is the only way for the weak to win when facing the strong. Abandon the skin to take the bones. Sacrifice the flesh to take the marrow. That is the fighting style you just demonstrated. Looking at the stone guardian in front of him, he says helplessly, Even if I can get past the barrier, getting out is still a problem. He thought. Clearly, he could have completely avoided the last blow. But he intentionally took AT with his shoulder, as if AT were intentional. Rs spoke. Exactly. Prone looked blank at hearing that. He instructed, There are countless strong people in the human world. The possibility of you winning without getting hurt does not exist. Make them lower their guard, do not hesitate to reveal openings, and use that as bait to counterattack. Rs said sternly. Noble swordsmanship, that does not exist in my class. I only teach swordsmanship to win. Calling AT swordsmanship is a bit of a stretch. From now on, let us call AT weapon skills class. Wu Haiyan wondered, does he mean, even if you lose your life, you have to drag the enemy down with you? He calculated to himself, the midterm exam is coming up, so there is a reason why the instructor is reacting so strongly. The spy from the human world must have informed them in advance about the situation in 10:10 of the exam. In the novel, only the students of Satan suffered losses, while the students of the Imperial Academy were unharmed. Wu Haiyan was very determined. Rs might be suspecting that I am the spy. I must find that person before then. He loudly announced again, Everyone go back to class. He said to himself, that is the best opportunity to clear my name. He realizes, to be exact, that wolf is also made of stone. Wu Haiyan stood silently, looking at Rs. He had no choice but to speak up. Why have not you returned yet? Or are you planning to complain about what happened earlier? Rs replied, that is not the case. As soon as he finished speaking, Rs turned his back. He reminded him. Hurry back. Wu Haiyan looked at Rs with calculation. He mumbled to himself, Rs? Scene change back to the academy. In the classroom, he was concentrating on his calculations. Rs won't side with me, besides being suspected as a spy. Ada seems my murderous intent and cruel actions before are also the reason he is uncomfortable. But I can't give up this cruelty, to overwhelm the power of the Seven and deadly sins. I need to have a superior position and credibility. Wu Haiyan smugly thought. If ours continues to cross the line like yesterday, then at that time, no matter what I have to do, he will have to bear the consequences. Murderous intent was clearly revealed on his face. Luna saw AT and was a little scared. Wu Haiyan was surprised. What is AT? How long have you been standing there? He said softly. It seems I scared Lu again. She hesitated and replied, He's okay. Wu Haiyan regains his composure. Good. Let us try AT. Wu Haiyan wondered. But what is wrong? Luna shyly said. Well, yesterday we said we would have lunch together. So today I wanted to ask. He immediately agreed. Is that so? Okay. Let us go together today. She nodded slightly. Scene changed to the academy cafeteria. Wu Haiyan placed a heaping plate of food on the table. He said with interest, AT's been a long time since I have had a meal like this. She exclaimed, Oh my god, that is a lot. Luna said sternly, If you waste food, you might be punished by greedy ghosts. Wu Haiyan cheerfully replied, Then I have to eat AT all up. At this time, the 3 male students who used to bully Luna also entered the cafeteria. The green-haired one briefly made eye contact with him. He clicked his tongue uncomfortably. Let us go. On the contrary, Wu Haiyan enthusiastically waved to them. Q also glanced at him. He unleashes his skill, Swap level 1 locate. Wu Haiyan asked, Luna, what did those kids do? She recounted. They used to bully me. I do not know why. AT just happened suddenly. Probably because I am weak. My constitution is also normal. He thought to himself, That is right. Luna only has the ability to recover. Wu Haiyan just replied, Is that so? Luna said nervously, AT's not to the extent of being beaten or anything. Just sometimes being cursed at, or having a little money taken away. He cursed inwardly. These guys. Wu Haiyan opened his mouth again. AT's best to stay close to me. She firmly refused. There is no need. I will prove myself that I am not like those who betrayed the demon race. He emphasized, If I tease about that, you should be even closer to me. Luna looked bewildered. At this time Wu Haiyan asked, By the way, who is that student? She wondered, Who? He looked at Qiyu and replied, The one with the spider tattoo on his cheek. Luna explained, His name is Qiyu. Wu Haiyan wondered to himself, Qiyu. Huh. He pondered. The name is too familiar. Is AT the same name? Is the physical description in the novel similar to this? Wu Haiyan has been entered into the body of the stone guardian. Wu Haiyan spoke. Is that Q a half-demon? She replied. What are you saying, Adele? He is a pureblood. Luna recounted. But he is a bit scary. He always looks at half-demons with contempt. He softly asked, You mean an expression like looking at insects? She nodded. Wu Haiyan recalled. So AT's the same look I gave to those in Oregon. A highly suspicious suspect. Should I ask for a news purchase? Never mind. I might waste money for nothing. Luna softly said. But I still do not know the names of the students in the same class. He said to himself, I will confirm AT myself. I have plenty of information about spies. Wu Haiyan immediately stood up. At another table, the 3 male students were sitting and laughing happily together. He approached Qiyu. Hello there. The green-haired one shouted. What is this? Wu Haiyan did not pay attention at all. He said, In Satan's first year, there is a female student. He cheers in his mind. All right. Q remained calm. He continued, She is a half-demon, and her only relative is an older brother. The fierce male student yelled again. This bastard dares to ignore what I say. Last time. Do not think just because I was careless. Wu Haiyan said again. Her name is Rie. Is not 8. His eyes revealed calculation inside. Hearing that, he glared at Wu Haiyan very uncomfortably. A green-haired one put his hand on Wu Haiyan's shoulder and shouted, Can't you get out of here? He grabbed the guy's tie. Wu Haiyan slammed the green-haired one's head hard on the table. He hugged his head and cried in pain. He adjusted his cuff. So that name is really right. Wu Haiyan smiled. Q stood up. The villain has successfully passed the barrier. He was silent. Qiyu turned away and left. He smiled evilly. Found him. In the bathroom, the green-haired one was flushing water. He angrily punched the mirror. Damn AT's that damn half-breed again. Qiyu was standing pensively. The green-haired one looked at him and shouted, Qiyu, will you take revenge? He walked towards Q and shouted, "What is AT? Why do not you answer?" The green-haired one was full of anger. "You are the one who said not to trust the half-demons. You are the one who started this. Are you going to abandon us now?" He grabbed his tie. "You coward. You bastard." Q angrily slammed the green-haired one's face into the wall. The stone guardian is stunned, not understanding what is happening. He cried in pain. He slammed the green-haired one's face into the wall again. The blonde one was very confused. Q angrily said, "You troublesome insects are too annoying." The blonde one asked fearfully, "Hey, Q. What is wrong with you?" He warned, "Get out of my sight before I finish you all off." Q looked in the mirror. A ceiling light was floating behind him. Q washed his face to calm down. He wondered, how did he know? The recognition reduction magic and the disguise magic are still working normally. Caillou pondered. AT was cast by the best mage. There is no way my identity would be revealed. Moreover, I am a disguised half-demon, so the probability of being exposed is even lower. He clenched the sink. Could it be that he is also a spy sent by the human world? No, the bear's family clearly guaranteed his identity. While running away, he triumphantly looks at the monster. AT will probably disappear on its own. Ku with a confused mind. Adele. Who are you anyway? How do you know about my sister? The ceiling light silently watched. He exuded murderous intent. AT's best to finish him off before he reveals my identity. The sky outside the academy was dark. The hallway was empty. Q took many knives wrapped in cloth. He held the blade and thought to himself, to finish him off, I need to prepare carefully. First, I need to send the information I have collected. Q pulled a small black orb. It seems that my identity has been discovered by a student named Adele. He was recording when Wu Haiyan suddenly opened the door. Q immediately became alert. He anticipates. Now I just need to find the exit. He panted. I almost missed AT. He clenched the pen. How did you know to come here? Wu Haiyan smiled and replied, the night is beautiful. Q threw the pen at him. Beautiful my ass. If it was not for you, AT would have been a peaceful night. Wu Haiyan dodged the attack. That is too hard. Suddenly another golden orb flew towards him. Wu Haiyan quickly dodged to the side. He was releasing energy to cast more orbs. He smiled lightly. AT's the two-wheeled energy magic. Are you not even bothering to hide your identity now? Wu Haiyan said. If you use wheel magic, then you are a half-demon. Your current form is definitely fake. Wu Haiyan stops looking at the giant grasshopper in front of him. Not UV yet. Q replied. That is right. You even found this secret place. So you know everything already. He replied. I guess so. He launched an attack towards Wu Haiyan and angrily asked, how do you know about Ri? He quickly ran to dodge the attack. In this situation, you are still worried about your sister first. But that is right. Q is not acting for humanity. Wu Haiyan looked at Q and thought, a younger sister who possesses a strange constitution. Magic power is always concentrated in her heart with a capacity that exceeds the body's ability to withstand AT. To cure that incurable disease, he made a deal with humans. He shouted loudly. Answer me. He lay down to dodge Q's energy orb, but Q still does not know one thing. Wu Haiyan smiled. Then why not dig ATO to the root? He said. I do not know anything. How would I know? I have not even met your sister. Wu Haiyan smiled provocatively. But the pitiful smile on her face when she is about to cry is very beautiful. So each floor has its own mission. This is even more dangerous than that wolf. He emphasized. So beautiful that I want to see Tivrighty. Q gritted his teeth in anger. He burst with power. You son of a bitch. Wu Haiyan calmly replied. You have to use the right words to be a spy. You damn Cerberus. Is more accurate. Qiyu shouted. Shut up. He shouted angrily. I will dig out all the information you know before I finish you off. He thought to himself. He is hooked. Wu Haiyan provoked. Try AT if you can. Q launched an energy orb towards him. Wu Haiyan rushed towards him, switching places with the energy orb. He quickly switched places with the orb. Q was shocked. He thinks triumphantly. As expected, just as I predicted, AT's an inanimate object. He said. So you can teleport. AT's hard to believe even after seeing AT with my own eyes. Wu Haiyan replied. You are close. You have investigated me so thoroughly. You probably know everything. Right? Qiyu asked. So that means you have known my true identity all along? He replied. I guess you can understand 80 that way. He said in a low voice. I understand. In this situation, Wu Haiyan said to himself. He finally realized he has no chance of winning. Q gritted his teeth and released his power. If that is the case, he shouted. Fight with all my strength. He was surprised. Wu Haiyan was confused. He can use three-wheeled multi-layered magic. He calmly observed. At least there are more than 20 light orbs. Compared to what I imagined. Wu Haiyan said to himself. Is too easy. Wu Haiyan uses his skill to overcome the traps. Using swap to overcome traps is pretty good. Qiyu attacked. Disappear. Switch position 2. Locate. He activated his power and switched with the energy orb. He laughed loudly. I was waiting for you to use AT. Wu Haiyan smiled faintly. Switch position 2. Teleport. He teleported behind Qiyu, shocking him. Qiyu wondered. How can you do IT continuously? Wu Haiyan released a surge of power that enveloped him. Qiyu was surprised. This is... He smiled and said. Just sleep for a while. He successfully overcomes all obstacles without any problems. Wu Haiyan hit him hard on the back of his neck. Q's eyes rolled back and he passed. Oh. He sighed in relief. Finally caught him. A2 was almost dawn. Wu Haiyan looked at him and said, You prepared everything to finish me off. He thought to himself, should I just finish him off now? Wu Haiyan struggled mentally. No, I still need to extract information from Q. Finishing him off will mean facing his younger sister Rei. Q is fine, but Rei is very difficult to deal with. He pondered. By now Rei has probably received help from the main character, become a contractee with the dragon race and completely healed her illness. Thanks to obtaining the dragon heart, she can now control that enormous amount of magic power. She really is the female lead. She will become a great mage in the future. Wu Haiyan was tense. If a Rei like that puts all her strength into avenging her brother, even I can't be at peace. The relationship between those two is special. He looked at the small black orb. Moreover, that device can probably only send messages. Soko has not received any news. He still thinks Rei is suffering an illness. Suddenly the secret realm announces, Congratulations to the intruder for reaching the end point. Wu Haiyan said to himself, But I can't let him go. I wish there was a way to tame this guy. Q suddenly made a sound and his body trembled. He smiled evilly. That is AT. 8 is not like there is no way. He gritted his teeth, making a sound like he was having a nightmare. Ku woke up with a start and breathed heavily. Wu Haiyan asked, You are awake? He looked at his hands. Qiyu shouted, What are you planning to do? He replied, What are you talking about? I do not understand what you are saying. He shouted, Why did not you finish me off and waited for me to wake up? Wu Haiyan calmly replied, You are right. I was waiting. Hearing this, Wu Haiyan wonders, Welcome the intruder. What does that mean? He brought a box containing the black dragon. But you think I really did not do anything? Q was shocked. He panicked. That is, Wu Haiyan said. You noticed. Q could not believe his eyes. You can even control the solitary curse. He smiled and replied. Exactly. Wu Haiyan introduced. Its name is Song Go. Just a small stimulus can finish off the host. 80 can only exert its full power when AT is present in two bodies. He shouted. Song Go. What did you do to me? Q seemed to realize something. Wait. Two bodies. Do not tell me. Wu Haiyan smiled. Yes. Just like you are thinking, the other half is in Rei's body. He was shocked. What? He constantly stimulated Q psychologically. Her body is very interesting. Her superior ability to sense magic power makes her heart unable to bear AT. Wu Haiyan smiled faintly. Thanks to that, Songo infiltrated very easily. His whole body trembled. He peeks into the door. AT's like a boss room. What is inside? He said. But no matter how rare your sister's constitution is, AT is not impossible to cure. Q immediately replied. That means, Wu Haiyan replied, I can cure AT. Only me. He shouted loudly. You dare to say you can cure a disease that even the great mages of the human world can't? He replied, AT seems you have not investigated me thoroughly. Wu Haiyan transmitted power to AT. The bear's family's solitary curse has the ability to devour the host's magic power. He thought, Ray has an excess of magic power that her heart can't bear, and the solitary curse eats magic power. AT's come to this point. You can't help but listen. Wu Haiyan looked at the black dragon. Also, this guy is cooperating with my script. He is really easy to please. Caillou thought. So that is a T. Letting the solitary curse parasitize is helpful to her. He asked. What do you want? You did not finish me off and you are saying all this. There must be conditions. He replied. Exactly. But first, Wu Haiyan sat down covering his body with red murderous intent. Your attitude makes me not very happy. A two-horned demon with sharp fangs appears. He threatened. Have you forgotten that the lives of both you and your sister are in my hands? Q replied fearfully. I understand. Wu Haiyan thought. Very good. He returned to normal and stood up. I only have 2 requests. He asked. Only 2? Wu Haiyan looked at the black orb on the ground. Use that device to send false information to the Royal Academy. The 2 in 10 is, Satan will attack the third-year hero candidates of the Royal Academy. Q replied. So you are planning to attack another class. Then I refuse. He interrupted. Your refusal is useless. Wu Haiyan said. I understand the reason for your hesitation is because Ray is there. He reassured. But do not worry. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee Ray will be safe. He clenched his fist. Okay. I will send the false information as you want. Wu Haiyan continued to give his condition. As for the second request, he emphasized, you must withdraw from Satan. Q was very shocked after hearing that. He asked, withdraw from Satan. Wu Haiyan replied, yes. I need you to do some things outside. Wu Haiyan panics. Death Knight. He ordered, gather all the rumors, news, and anomalies about the demon world and send them to me periodically. Q replied, okay, I will do as you want. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, lying a little made things smoother than I thought. Anyway, when the false information is discovered, Q will be abandoned. It is not bad to use his expertise as a spy, he said. But I have a condition. He smiled faintly. You still want to give conditions? This guy? Wu Haiyan asked. What condition? Qiyu shouted. Make a contract with a demon god. Otherwise you can finish me off or finish off my sister. I do not care. He was surprised. Huh. A contract with a demon god. A contract with a demon god. Aid is only used when signing a major contract. If you violate the contract in the name of the demon god, your life will be taken away. Wu Haiyan pondered. Although AT is troublesome, AT can chain Q securely. He asked, what are you going to do? He replied, okay. I accept. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, if he uses petty tricks in the contract, then breaking AT won't be too difficult. He muses, just considering the aura, 8 is almost the same as pelts. He asked, that is an item that only the most skilled mages can make. Do you have IT? He replied, I do not. He smiled faintly. You said that so lightly. Q replied, but someone like you should be able to get AT easily. Wu Haiyan fell into contemplation. In the end, I still have to go find AT. The students definitely do not have AT. Who can get AT? He suddenly remembered. AT could be Instructor Robalt. Wu Haiyan replied. I understand. I will try to find AT today. He reached his hand. Then see you again here at dawn tomorrow. He shook hands. Okay. Q left and muttered. Damn A. Wu Haiyan watched him leave with a smile. So I have found a usable slave. He thought to himself. But that is not enough. Even if I let Q's chaos with false information, the matter of passing the midterm exam is still very hazy. Wu Haiyan looked at the black orb. Meeting the Royal Academy. No matter what tricks I use, the probability of achieving success is still almost zero. Even so, I still have to do AT at all costs. The knight's voice rings. Oh, please show respect to the one who has reached this place. Before he could finish speaking, he continued to use the swap skill. Robalt was focused on reading a book. He looked up and saw someone. He peeked in. Hello. Instructor Robalt. Robalt was surprised. You kept your word and actually came, Wu Haiyan replied. Of course, because AT's a promise. He was enthusiastic. First, please sit. I am making tea. Would you like some? He replied, yes, please. On the board were research drawings on energy. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, not only books but also incantations are very abundant. 80 really is the research room of a magic instructor. Robolt poured tea into a small teacup. He smiled and said, thank you for agreeing to come here. He replied, I am the one who needs to thank you for being so welcoming. Wu Haiyan asked, but may I ask why you need me? The demon barely managed to utter the last word. Ada was swapped with Wu Haiyan. Robolt replied, that matter is a bit secret. He thought to himself, there is clearly something hidden. I will try to ask. Wu Haiyan smiled and replied, if you are worried that I will reveal AT. He interrupted in a panic. Oh no. There is no need to worry about that. AT's just not easy to make AT public. He replied, then, if you want, I can write a contract with a demon god for you. Robolt happily said, oh, if that is possible, then of course I will say AT. Wu Haiyan thought to himself. As expected, A's true. He reached O and conjured a contract. Robolt gave IT to him. Just fill ATO here. Wu Haiyan was shocked. AT's already prepared. He picked IT up and read the contents of the contract. Adel will not reveal any of Robolt's research materials and will assist in the research. The term is until a certain achievement is reached. The reward is, will be paid to Adel. Wu Haiyan asked, you have written IT in advance. He smiled apologetically. He pondered and said, then let us change the Ken 10 a bit. If in the process of research I find IT beyond my ability, then I will stop assisting and return all the rewards received. Robolt replied, okay, so how do you want to receive the reward? Wu Haiyan runs to the front and asks, is that a treasure chest? Wu Haiyan replied, I want a contract with a demon god and magic potions. The magic potions must be 3 high-grade bottles. He thought, just drinking AT will restore all magic power. AT will be an indispensable item for me. He handed Zhu Va the pen. I understand. AT's even cheaper than elixirs. Then just sign your name here. Wu Haiyan asked, I just need to write my name here. Robolt replied, yes. He was curious, but I want to ask, why did you choose me? There must be many more talented students than me. He replied, actually, I have asked quite a few second-year and third-year students, but most of them did not help the research. Robolt said, I also tried to approach student Samuel of the first year, but he immediately refused and said AT was troublesome. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, if IT Samuel, AT is not surprising. He handed Zhu Va the contract. A's done. Wu Haiyan said to himself, now I am used to using the fake name without the arson family name. The contract was suddenly covered in red energy. The red energy moved into his heart. He marvels. AT's even bigger than I thought. There is even a black dragon carved emblem. He stood up and went to the bookshelf. So AT's done. Let us start. Wu Haiyan touched the flame on his chest. So this is what a contract is like. Robolt took a book. The bookshelf in front of him moved to the side, revealing a secret room. He was confused. You can even build a space like this in Satan. Do the headmaster and the other instructors know? Robolt said, please come in. He went inside. AT's here. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, the secret research room in the basement. Robolt pointed to the book placed on the pedestal. And this is the book I am researching. He asked. This book? He replied, yes. AT's an ancient artifact said to be from the ancient era. He wondered, an ancient book. Wu Haiyan looked at the book. Ada looks exactly like a long-standing ancient book. He was shocked. There is not a single word. Wu Haiyan wondered. This is... Robolt replied, yes. As you can see, AT's almost blank paper. But the last page has writing. Suddenly Wu Haiyan freezes. Wait a minute. This black dragon. I think I have seen AT somewhere. He asked, is that so? Where did you get this book? He replied, I happened to pick a tea up in an abandoned house. Wu Haiyan wondered, an abandoned house. Robolt recounted, I had by Dinet in the western desert, in the vast sand dunes. The house was standing alone there. He was confused, an abandoned house in the middle of the desert. He replied, based on the traces, it seems that place used to be a large oasis, and there was a village that once existed there. Wu Haiyan said, so besides the book and the abandoned house, The entire village disappeared. Robolt replied. Currently, we can only speculate like that. He asked. That is interesting. Can I see the writing on the last page? He was excited. Of course. Robolt turned the page. That is why I asked you for help. He turned to the writing on the last page. Please take a look. Wu Haiyan looked at the book. There really is writing. Robolt replied. Yes, but because the form of the characters is impossible to decipher. Can you guess the meaning? He was flustered. There is no way I can read this kind of alien writing. He said. Now you understand why the other excellent students have all failed. Wu Haiyan wondered. Has there been any progress in the research? Robolt replied. No, there is absolutely nothing. He speaks, the supreme demon families representing laziness, stinginess, envy, lust, greed, wrath. He asked. Then could there be any clues around where the book was found? He replied. Strangely, I have been to many villages around there, but no one knows about the abandoned house or this ancient book. Wu Haiyan pondered. With no clues to investigate, a Ryu dead end. Was he really going to return empty-handed? He stared intently at the lines of text, certain that there was some kind of hint within them. Wu Haiyan's hand touched the inscription. Suddenly, a blue light emitted. He was surprised. What is this? Why is the necklace reacting? The lines of text began to change. Wu Haiyan was taken aback. The letters are moving. Am I seeing things? He thought. The letters are transforming so I can read them. Wu Haiyan quietly focused on observing. Evil and arrogant like a black dragon. 80s bear, one of the CVN sins. Arrogance. He mused, I can read AT, but I do not understand anything. However, the fact that the pendant reacted, Ada must be related to demons and gods. Robolt asked. Is something the matter? Wu Haiyan replied. I have deciphered the text. He was astonished. What? He explained. This phrase is, but I can't explain the rest clearly yet. Robolt rejoiced. Indeed, the syllables match perfectly. AT's definitely related to the chaos attribute. Truly a rare attribute. Certainly worth studying. He looked at Wu Haiyan and suddenly realized. Robolt cleared his throat. To know for sure, we need further research. But for now, this is indeed an extraordinary discovery. He replied. Is that so? He smiled. Yes. I think we need to continue searching for relics and ancient books in other regions. Student Adol. This is enough for now. Wu Haiyan replied. Yes. Then I. Robolt interrupted. The reward will be paid right now. He was surprised. Right now. He replied. That is right. Please wait a moment. Realizing 8, Wu Haiyan utters a curse. I am caught. Wu Haiyan thought, if I tease a demon god contract, that is one thing, but restorative potions would need time to brew. Right. Robolt searched for the potion. Let us see. Where did I put AT? He suddenly realized. Wait a minute. If Robolt continues to research other ancient books and relics then. Wu Haiyan grabbed the necklace. He pondered. The influence of the ancient book has already turned 3 of the gems on the necklace red. If the entire thing is dyed, what will happen? I would not even know. Wu Haiyan muttered to himself. I do not know how to use AT anyway. Should I let Robolt research AA? He was rummaging through the cabinet looking for the potion. Oh, I found AT. He struggled internally. No, anything related to demons and gods should stay with me. Even though I know him a little, he is still not someone I can trust. Robolt put the rewards in a bag. Here 8 is. I put AT in a bag for you to carry easily. Wu Haiyan took a tea. Thank you very much. He replied. I am the one who should be thanking you. Without student Adol, I would not have been able to read that text. Robolt was pleased. I also hope to collaborate more in the future. He replied. I will help within my ability. He instructed. Please do not tell anyone else about my research. Okay. He opens the chest. Anyway, AT's come to this. Let us steal the chest and run. There might be an item to help me escape this place. Wu Haiyan smiled slyly. That depends on the instructor's decision. Does not aid. Robolt panicked. No. Are you going to break the contract? He threatened. Ada does not seem like this research is authorized by the headmaster. Right, he was flustered. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, if he had gone through the proper procedures and been authorized by Satan, there would be no need to sign a non-disclosure agreement. His flustered attitude means I guessed correctly. He said, if this research is discovered, I might be expelled. Wu Haiyan made a suggestion. However, we are in the same boat now. I will do my best to help you. Sir. He hummed. I just need the minor recovery potion. Robolt nodded. Understood. He handed Zhu Va 2 bottles. I only have this much at the moment. Wu Haiyan thought. Not bad. He accepted them. Thank you. I will take my leave. Robolt was curious. By the way, what do you plan to use that contract for? Wu Haiyan replied. To save a slave. But in the chest is just something purplish-black. The sky was gradually darkening. He entered the room. Q was waiting. You are here, Wu Haiyan replied. Long time no see. Huh. He sneered. What long? Did you bring the contract? He cursed inwardly. This is not fun at all. Wu Haiyan handed Zhu the contract. Of course. Should we write the contract now? Q took a tea. I did not expect AT. You actually got AT today. He replied. You told me to find AT. What are you saying now? You can't change your mind now. Wu Haiyan warned. If you go back on your word, be prepared to face the consequences. There, review the contents carefully and sign AT. He replied. All right. I swear. The contract emitted a red power and went into his heart with the following content. Adel will not harm Q and his younger sister, Rie. In addition, we'll ensure that Rei's illness does not recur. Q will put Adel's orders first. However, Adel will not give any orders that endanger Q's life. He said. The contract is now complete. A bizarre creature like an octopus clings to his face. Wu Haiyan handed Zhu a small piece of paper. Here's the first order. Q replied. Understood. I will send the false information. He activated the orb. Putting the paper in this slot will start sending AT. He thought to himself, so that is how you use AT. Interesting. Right. To open a portal big enough for someone to go through, you need huge resources and mana. Qiu explained. This recharges automatically. Can be used once a month. Wu Haiyan thought, this will probably be useful later. He said, sending false information so they think I am dead and won't target me anymore. Sooner or later I will be worthless anyway. He replied, what dead? This is a harmonious win-win agreement. Q sighed. Whatever you want to think, Wu Haiyan said. Now there is only one order left. From today, you will leave Satan. He announced the mission. Go and collect all information about the demon world from outside Satan. Whether Atai's secret realms, stories about upper-class demon families, history, or hidden relics, Wu Haiyan ordered. For now, find the location of the nearest secret realm and information on the disgraced families. Send a report every half-month. Adi dived straight into his mouth, making Wu Haiyan unable to resist. He replied. Understood. He thought to himself, probably because he used to be a spy, his ability to receive and grasp orders is very fast. Q reached his hand. Wu Haiyan was surprised. Qiu is actually offering a handshake. He reached his hand back to him. I look forward to your upcoming achievements. Q flicked Wu Haiyan's hand away. He was full of anger. Achievements my ass. Give me money. You need money to gather information. He was flustered. Right. Money. Wu Haiyan was embarrassed. I do not have much right now. What should I do? He turned away. Please wait a moment. Wu Haiyan thought. Should I ask Crete? Wu Haiyan held a small piece of paper. Just mention my name and show this. The bear's family will help you. Just, absolutely do not open AT. Q stuffed a tea into his pocket. Understood. I will set off right away. I will apply to drop O of school and leave Satan immediately. He praised. Quick. Quick. He left disdainfully. Being with trash is disgusting. He gags. But AT's already inside his body. The classroom was extremely lively. Wu Haiyan sat quietly alone. From the next day, Q completely disappeared from Satan. The rumor that Q had applied to drop out of school spread, causing to be mentioned more or less because of the commotion in the dining hall. Luna also suspected him. That is right, he suddenly had a fit while eating. The problem is the instructors, especially ours, must have noticed something. But he won't touch him. Wu Haiyan chuckled. There are only a few days left until the midterm exams. If I change the class president now, Aita will definitely cause a lot of chaos. The teacher came to the class. Nice to see you all. Idea announced. Everyone, the midterm exams will begin in 3 days. There are 4 subjects: weapon skills, magic, human apprehension, and practical. She explained. Among them, the most important subject is practical. The practical exam is on the last day of the midterm exams. Idea emphasized. Aita will be an attack on the Human Academy, the Royal Academy. He thought to himself, AT's finally starting. Wu Haiyan muttered to himself, AT's finally starting. From now on, AT's really the beginning of the main S to Rai arc. Wu Haiyan screams in pain. Demon invasion. Royal Academy, and humans trying to resist. Taking advantage of that chaos, many villains will gradually reveal themselves and open the prelude to a fierce confrontation. Prone stood up boldly. The top of the midterm exams will definitely be me. Other students in the class chimed in. If Prone takes action, AT's a sure thing. Finish off the class president. Destroy him. She smiled confidently. Kneel down and worship this doomed lady. He thought. Would AT be too much to finish off this little thing? The whole class has been brainwashed. 2 people sitting behind Wu Haiyan discussed. Are we really attacking the human world? Everything we have endured. We must repay both the principal and the interest. He was tense, facing the humans who killed their families. Everyone's spirit is very high, more than fear or worry. But, Wu Haiyan pondered, if everything is as I wrote in the novel, the students in class will be wiped out in this midterm exam. But there is still hope. He recalled, I have made countless changes, ordering Q to spread false information to the Royal Academy, and helping Luni, who has healing abilities, not to be expelled. Wu Haiyan looked at Prone. I can't take down the Royal Academy, but at least I can avoid the deaths of my classmates. He smiled. If that is the case, I will have a good evaluation as class president, plus the trust from ours, and maybe I can get into the Satan Armory again. Strawberry syrup spurts out of his mouth. Wu Haiyan was full of will. The goal of this midterm exam is to survive and achieve excellent results. I must do my best. Reen appeared with an unpleasant expression. Long time no see. He replied, yes. Dooming lady. AT's been too long. AT's been several months. Right. Wu Haiyan was confused. Why does she look so angry? She said, full of murderous intent. That is right. Because you keep avoiding me. Wu Haiyan pondered. That is right. Every time I am asked to practice, I avoid him. Now she suddenly calls before the midterm exams. She must be angry. But he looked at Reen and Diana and thought to himself, why are they always together? She smirked. Hello. I'm Dana. Wu Haiyan stared at Diana. AT's really a narrow escape. I do not know what to do. She asked, are not you going to say hello back? I will be a little sad. He was startled. Wu Haiyan bowed. I am Pixiaddle. AT's an honor to meet such a noble aristocrat. Diana replied, nice to meet you. Reen was still sulking. His eyeballs pop out of his eyes. She spoke up, skip the greetings. Tell me, why are you avoiding me and now you want to compete? He replied, because I feel guilty. Reen asked. About what? Wu Haiyan cried. Because I am a protector but I can't take care of you. Dooming lady. I really regret AE. She angrily shouted. Do not lie. Cerberus. Reen looked at him with resentment. Wu Haiyan replied. You do not understand my heart. AE's too much. He thought to himself. Damn. Do I have to use this method in the end? Wu Haiyan handed Juib the potion. Really? Because I feel guilty. I prepared a gift for you. Dooming lady. Diana was surprised. Heavens. Is not this a magic potion? He replied. Yes. Aita was very difficult to get. She persuaded Reen. AT said that this is very hard to get after the war. Reen, take IT and do not be angry anymore. Okay. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, returning good for evil. Thank you very much, Diana. She pushed her away and refused. I do not need things like that. He was flustered. Ada looks like she is very angry. Wu Haiyan confusedly said. Actually, he tried to argue. Because I am a half-demon, I am bullied by other students. I am afraid AT will cause trouble for you. Dooming lady. So I keep my distance. Wu Haiyan gradually woke up, not knowing how long he had been unconscious. His left eye seemingly gouged. Wu Haiyan knelt down. If that hurts you, then I apologize from the bottom of my heart. Forgive me. Dooming lady. He was tense. Praying. I hope it works. Diana said. You really cherish Reen. You are a good protector. She smiled slightly. Reen replied. I do not. Wu Haiyan asked. What? Then will you accept this magic potion? Dooming lady. She turned her face away. I said I am not hurt at all. He was stunned. Yes. She teased. Our dooming lady is so lucky. She is relieved. Reen was uncomfortable. Do not talk to me. Diana laughed happily. Reen is always too cold. AT would be nice if she could fix that. Reen struggled. Let go of my hand. She teased, pushing so hard. Wu Haiyan quietly observed. I did not expect Diana to have this side. She took her sword. Then, AT's been a long time since we practiced. Let us fight. He replied. Yes, I am ready. Diana stopped him. Wait. He looked at his face in the mirror. His pupil a pure black. She whispered in Reen's ear. Reen, show your new skills to your protector. Wu Haiyan thought to himself. New skills. AT turns out she has learned something during the time she has not seen me. Surrounded by blue murderous intent. Reen raised her sword. Look carefully. Reen's face was very focused. Murderous intent spread towards him. Wu Haiyan was tense. The murderous intent is so intense. AT's terrifying. The murderous intent swirled and focused on one point. He was surprised. The magic power is condensing at the tip of the sword and turning black. Could AT be? Wu Haiyan muttered to himself. Sword intent. He pondered. A realm equivalent to sword energy that only skilled knights of humanity can achieve. Usually, demons use magic power to apply skills to weapons or the body. Wu Haiyan recalled. Could that black liquid from before be? Wu Haiyan wondered. But this is grinding magic power so thin that AT is only as thick as paper. And she can do AT. The murderous intent gradually disappeared. He smiled slightly. AT is not perfect yet. Huh. She replied. Yeah. I have to focus all my concentration to the extreme. Wu Haiyan took a small knife. Then, let us try rubbing AT once. Reen replied. Okay. He focused. I do not know how powerful the sword intent is. Let us try AT with a regular dagger. Wu Haiyan rushed to attack. She blocked IT. Reen switched hands holding the sword. She swung the sword towards him. Wu Haiyan fell back to dodge. The two moved away from each other. A skill window appeared. Eye of Arrogance. Greatly increases dynamic vision. Activates upon defeating an enemy. He thought to himself, vision and reflexes have increased dramatically. I can clearly see Reen's movements. I can fight like this. Reen focused once again to release murderous intent. The sword turned black. Wu Haiyan's dagger shattered into pieces. He was astonished. Was that the sword intent breaking through just now? Wu Haiyan scratched his head. That is amazing. The sword is so strong, she coldly replied. Of course. Diana came UV, a noble Dung lady stronger than her protector. That is not a common thing. She praised. Reen is really extraordinary. Diana teased. What is this? Are you embarrassed? You are not like the usual Reen at all. Her eyes changed. The more I look, the stranger IT becomes. Diana looked at him. Normal but not normal at all. Wu Haiyan was confused. Smiling triumphantly, Wu Haiyan thought to himself, with this ability, I absolutely won't lose if I encounter a large group of weak enemies. Not bad. Coming to the demon realm was definitely the right decision. She looked very dangerous. What is AT? I am really curious. He panicked. Diana. Wu Haiyan was tense. Diana quietly observed. he thought. One of the powers Diana possesses is inspection, the ability to observe every tiny hair on the opponent's body. Wu Haiyan was flustered. Being cared for to this extent by someone who will become the Demon King is too much. How should I react? He was full of murderous intent. Could she become the biggest enemy? It's best to keep a distance. She smiled lightly. Wu Haiyan wondered. She is smiling. Most people who sense murderous intent will be afraid or wary. Is this the calmness that only the strong possess? Reen asked. What are you curious about? Diana smiled and replied, because the swordsmanship that Reen just showed is getting stranger and stranger. So I am curious. He thought to himself, she is easily fooled. He stood up, having obtained everything he needed. Let us try going outside. Wu Haiyan asked, I want to ask too, how is sword intent executed? She replied, you have to grasp the secret. It feels like pouring energy into the inside of the sword. He replied, is that so? Wu Haiyan smiled secretly. That is the kind of thing only geniuses can think of. He said, I still have to study for the exam, so let us stop the competition here. Reen replied, okay, let us go. Wu Haiyan asked, Reen, how are you preparing for the midterm exams? She smiled. Perfect. He thought to himself, her eyes are full of confidence. The time of the first midterm exam and when the main characters receive the eye of arrogance are not the same. Wu Haiyan looked at the two of them. That means Reen will survive this exam. But there is a very high chance that the students in my class will all die. He said. Then good luck. Dooming lady. Rena waved her hand. Yeah, you be careful too. Diana looked at Wu Haiyan and smirked. Looking at the door with two carved dragons in front of him. He said, I was too focused on the treasure chest earlier and did not notice the door behind AT. Now what do I do? After all that commotion, there is definitely a ton of soldiers waiting outside. She whispered, see you again. He paused. Wu Haiyan sighed. Ada looks like I am being noticed again. The weather outside was very nice. Birds were eating. Finally, the midterm exam started today. He said, ours makes me work so much that I do not even get to eat. I still have to take the exam. Eat quickly. Wu Haiyan was exhausted, and the first subject is human knowledge. Even studying all night, I still can't understand 80. He was tired. It's ridiculous that the author does not understand this subject, but I memorized a lot of stuff in high school, so I can probably salvage some points. Wu Haiyan muttered, I forget everything I learned as soon as I enter the classroom. Luna worried. Adele, you are trying too hard. Your face. He interrupted. I've lied. Luna, are you prepared? Wu Haiyan worried. Going outside is certain death. Am I going to have to beg for mercy at the speed of light? She smiled gently. I am a little drowsy, but I probably won't fail. He replied, is that so? Wu Haiyan asked, what about Prone? Prone laughed mockingly. I do not need to try hard with those theoretical subjects. As long as I do well in the practical part, that is enough to increase the chances of survival. Even if I tease just by 1%, you can't underestimate any part. She smiled gleefully. Anyway, first place is this dooming ladies. The teacher announced. Okay. Everyone. Sit down. Put all your books and notebooks in the desk. The teacher warned. If cheating is discovered, you will be kicked out of the exam room immediately. He calmly took the exam. Probably thanks to using interest and focus. Cramming is also effective. I did not expect to do so smoothly. Wu Haiyan looked at the question. What do you think about humanity? No points. He thought. But this question. 8 is not multiple choice. 8 is a say. And there are no points. Wu Haiyan pondered. What does it mean to ask what I think about humanity? If it were Adele, his family was destroyed by humans, so the answer is clear. He thought. But I, who created both humans and nobles, am also their father. How should I write it correctly? Wu Haiyan continued the exam. Even though he felt uncomfortable, he used magic to conceal the tattoo on his neck. Even if I beg, they will kill me since they know I am from the arson clan. First, I have to hide the family crest. He wrote enemy. Just write the answer that Satan wants. The teacher announced. Time's up. Submit your papers. The second period will be. R stood solemnly. The weapon skills exam. he announced. Today you will compete in duels, showing your true strength. Magic or weapon, whatever you like. Just fight with all your might. Ars instructed. Absolutely do not avoid fighting just because you are afraid. I will call your names in order. Come a one by one. Wu Haiyan thought to himself. The murderous intent is really scary. Does he mean fight as hard as you can like AT's Ria? Prone trembled. There was a scream. Another student fell to the ground. He muttered to himself, he is really not showing any mercy. He shouted loudly. How pathetic. Is that all you can do? No one could last a few seconds. They were all defeated. Ars even used only his bare hands, and they could not even touch him. Suddenly, a demon spoke. Open the door now. He shouted. Next. Samuel, come here. Ars shouted. Fight. Go off. He replied. Okay. Samuel shouted and released his power. He began to attack him. Ars drew his sword. I have to use some strength. He smiled excitedly. I will respond seriously. Wu Haiyan was surprised. Sword intent. Unlike Rin, the red color is the fire element. Ars cut through Samuel's moves. He was tense. Samuel thought, he is really strong. He is really Instructor Ars. Using AT like that and still being steady. Not wavering at all. Hearing the voice, he turned around. He roared and exploded with power. Ars laughed, instantly restoring himself to his original state. Very good. He attacked Samuel. Ars punched him hard in the stomach. Samuel clutched his stomach in pain. He asked, do you want to continue? He trembled and tried to continue attacking. Samuel's move suddenly attacked Ars from behind. His move hit his shoulder. Ars calmly broke the move. My shoulder keeps getting hurt these days. Unexpected counterattack. A good decision. Samuel gasped. He lay unconscious. The Death Knight ran while screaming in fear. That person is coming. Open AT quickly. Wu Haiyan asked in surprise. What? That person. He ordered. Take Samuel out of the exam room. Next. Ars shouted loudly. Come here. He called Adele. Wu Haiyan was tense. Ars? He realized. Wait, could AT be? The jerky, the stone bed. The welcome. This is a secret dungeon created by a high-ranking family for trials. He wrote on the information scroll. I have to quickly find out who they are after. I took the reward that person was supposed to get. I will definitely be torn to pieces. He asked AT. Tell me, who is the person closest to me? The system replied. This is a paid question. Please submit a relic-level treasure or U100 gold coins. Wu Haiyan panicked. A paid question. What do I pay with? He immediately wrote. Magic power. Pay with 100 of my current magic power. He thought. Even though AT is a significant loss, I can recover AT as long as I survive. Scroll immediately replied. The price is equivalent. 100 magic power has been taken from the creator. The person closest to the creator is the youngest daughter of the bear's family head, Rin. At that moment, a long-haired girl with 2 horns on her head, wearing warrior armor, was approaching. Seeing this, Wu Haiyan cursed inwardly. This life is UVA. This secret dungeon was created by bears to train his youngest daughter. The Eye of Arrogance must be the reward for completing the secret dungeon. If I tease Rin, who possesses the overwhelming power of the bear's family, she will definitely appear right in front of me after cutting down the guardians like tofu. Just as Wu Haiyan thought, Rin easily defeated the guardians in a flash. She stood in front of him. Wu Haiyan thought, all right, let us see what she is going to do. A sword pointed at him. Rin asked, you, who are you? Immediately, Wu Haiyan knelt down. He pretended. Congratulations, Miss Rin, on completing the secret dungeon. You have finally met the qualifications. Hearing this, she became even angrier. What? Wu Haiyan had to continue pretending. The family head ordered me to protect you. Miss? In his heart, he was delighted. She is looking into my eyes and not noticing the Eye of Arrogance. Rin asked coldly, who are you? He replied, yes, I may look like this, But I am quite capable. Wu Haiyan calculated. I have to use this girl to escape this place. She seemed skeptical. Seeing this, he thought. Still suspicious. Huh. Then, Wu Haiyan used his skill and rushed in front of Rin. Seeing this, her eyes widened in panic. He grabbed her hand. How is AT? With this ability, I believe I am capable enough to protect you. Miss Rin. Hearing this, her face darkened. Wu Haiyan panicked. What? Is she angry? But Rin did not say anything. He was overjoyed. Thank goodness she let AT go. Wu Haiyan said, Now, we should go outside. Once we are outside, we will immediately go see the family head. He is waiting. Rin agreed with a sound of consent. He waved goodbye to her on the surface. I am going to do other work as ordered by the family head. In his heart, he was terrified. I have to quickly escape from here. He opened the door and said goodbye. I will be back as soon as possible. But when he turned around, Rin made a face of horror. She looked at Creed in front of her and uttered, Father. He looked at the two people in front of him and smiled coldly. Wu Haiyan was horrified. Father. He cursed inwardly. Why is Creed here? If he knows I took the eye of arrogance, he will definitely kill me immediately. Why is not he reacting? Creed spoke. Did you clear the secret dungeon safely? Rin replied. Yes. He turned his back. That is good. Follow me. Wu Haiyan was uneasy. Follow him. What is he planning? Although afraid, he still slowly followed. In his heart, Wu Haiyan was helpless. There is no way I can escape past these people. Plus, I have nothing left to pay, so I can't use the scroll anymore. Arriving at a castle, he was shocked. This is the bear's residence. Suddenly, Creed stopped right in front of Wu Haiyan. He ordered his subordinates. Everyone. Dismiss. They said in unison. Understood. Creed ordered Wu Haiyan. You wait here. I will call for you later. Wu Haiyan suddenly felt happy. He is leaving me alone here. This is my chance. But behind him, there were dark shadows lurking. As expected, AT's not a V. At the castle, the evening glow had descended. Rin was standing before her father. The two looked at each other in silence. Creed spoke. You have completed the final task I assigned. He asked. Are you sure you want to go to the academy? She simply replied, Yes. Hearing this, he said nothing more. Creed asked, What do you think of him? Is he usable? She remembered the way he showed his strength earlier. Rin answered, I think he is strong. Hearing this, he laughed and said, Seems like an interesting fellow. Creed replied, If you are qualified, just go to Satan. Rin was surprised to hear this. She replied happily, Yes. Her eyes sparkled. He thought to himself, I thought he would be killed for entering without permission. Yet, not only did he survive the secret dungeon, he also obtained the Eye of Arrogance, and he was chosen by Rin. This guy has enough value to exploit. Meanwhile, he was thinking, how long do I have to wait? At the castle, the sun had set. A servant guided Wu Haiyan in. This way, the servant announced, I have brought the person. Family head. The two of them looked at each other, not saying a word. His expression was cold. Wu Haiyan was afraid. What is he thinking? He asked. Why are you keeping me alive? He laughed. You little brat. Creed emitted a surge of power. You deceived my daughter well. Feeling that power, he exclaimed inwardly. Then, he collapsed to the ground. Wu Haiyan shouted, You do not intend to kill me anyway. Do you? Hearing this, he asked in surprise, after no longer being restrained. He thought, the magic power is terrifying. Richter praised, You are quite perceptive. What is your name? He replied, Adele. He raised his hand. Adele. Huh. Suddenly, he was lifted up by that haunting magic power. He pulled him forward. Adele. Huh. Wu Haiyan asked, What do you want from me? He ordered, Open your mouth. Creed said, Just repeat what you said to my daughter. A dragon suddenly entered Wu Haiyan's mouth. He cruelly interrogated. If you even think differently, even for a moment, this poison curse will see et rut your heart. Creed announced, I will prepare a place to stay. Just wait for the summons later. Now. Get-o. He panicked. What the heck? Then, at a small room, the servant said, from now on, you will live here. He thought, I finally became a dependent of this house according to Creed's wishes. The servant respectfully said, then, please rest. He knew that being spared was already fortunate. So Wu Haiyan mocked himself. It feels like I have become a puppet. He sat on the bed, but being somewhat acknowledged by Creed is not too bad. But above all, this thing needs to be eliminated. I hope it works. Then he used transposition to pull the dragon o. Wu Haiyan shouted. All right, At's just an inanimate object. He looked at the dragon in his hand and thought, if I fail, just thinking about At is horrifying. Destroying At will reveal everything. But what should I do? The red-eyed dragon silently looked at him. If the magic power supplied from my body is cut off, At'll wake up immediately. He said, let us try feeding At like this. I have to lure At this way. He used magic power from his hand to feed At. Then the dragon fell asleep. He lay down on the bed. Feeling relieved. At seems I have loosened the noose around my neck a bit. I am about to pass o. The status window appeared, and he was checking his abilities. He saw that transposition had leveled up to stage 2, but the problem was magic power. Compared to the main characters, he was lacking a lot. He wondered, how do I increase my magic power? What should I do? Suddenly, he thought, that is right. That method. At that time, Rin was annoyed. How frustrating. Wu Haiyan did not understand what was happening. It's been 3 days since I took on the task of being Rin's guard. He followed her. Rin is always so cold. She used to be so lively when she was doomed, but she changed after losing her mother to humans. As the author, I also feel guilty. Suddenly someone called Adele. Rin. The family head called them both. The reason Creed called them was about their enrollment in Satan. Because Rin had passed the secret dungeon and met the requirements. But Creed did not allow At. He said, Satan is not an easy place to live. With your strength, you won't last long. I am afraid you won't be able to avenge your mother. He thought, the atmosphere is getting more and more unfavorable for me. Then he said, however, if you take Adele as a guard, you will be allowed to enroll. The two were surprised to hear this. She shook her head. No. He thought, does she hate me that much? Satan is a demon realm academy that gathers promising dueling talents, constantly facing off against the Royal Academy where the main characters study, and in the process, many students, including Rin, have died. A terrible place like a ticking time bomb. I do not know when At will be destroyed. He looked at her. I can't understand why she wants to go there. If It were me, no, maybe I can establish my own power there. Because I know most of the major events will take place at both the Royal Academy and Satan. He decided, that is right, let us try At. He said, but I have a request. Creed was silent. He calculated, since I am being dragged along anyway, I have to make a little profit. He said, I want to ask for something related to magic. He laughed. I thought you would ask to be released. Seeing this, he was afraid. I just hope he does not realize the poison curse is no longer in my body. Creed laughed. You impudent brat. But At's not difficult. I will give It to you. Then, he ordered, Rin, you go outside. She turned to glare at him. He was helpless. Does she hate being with me that much? Wu Haiyan wondered. I wonder what he will give me. A magic eel. A magic weapon would not be bad either. He ordered. The fact that I told my daughter to leave proves that At's a treasure that can make the entire family react. Hearing this, he was surprised. A family treasure. He said, I know the amount of magic power you possess is insignificant. Since you are going to be the substitute for my daughter, you should at least have this. He summoned a purple light in his hand. Come closer. I will pass on the magic power method of the bear's family to you. Hearing this, he panicked. A magic power method. Crete chanted, "O great God, please open up for this servant. Grant us just trials. Do not let the myriad demons go hungry. Please do not lead us into temptation. We honor you." Then, purple light appeared around Wu Haiyan. He laughed. Usually, hearing the incantation would drive one mad. You truly are an interesting fellow. This method is a way to directly receive demon god magic power. Naturally, you will get what you want. Hearing this, he panicked. A demon god. Crete continued, "But, 80 seems you have a connection to the Seven deadly sins." Hearing this, he was surprised. He continued, "Even if you are a spy, 80 does not matter as long as I have implanted the poison curse in you." Hearing this, he pondered, "The Adel family is related to the Seven deadly sins. I did not set AT up like that." He ordered, "Leave." He immediately obeyed. And one day, the sky was blue. He was sitting in the middle of the forest, silent and unmoving. Wu Haiyan thought, magic power can explode, so I need to practice immediately. Suddenly, a purple eye appeared around him. He summoned, "O demon god, once I accept demon god magic power, I will no longer be able to use human magic power. I do not have any other choice anyway." Suddenly, a pair of emerald green eyes appeared. Ada said, "You hybrid." He panicked. "Do not tell me." That creature said, "Not that child's bloodline. Ada is the blood of that dirty traitor." Wu Haiyan panicked and asked, "Are you a demon god?" He replied, "That is right. People call me the god of arrogance." He asked, "Are you going to kill me?" He scorned, "If I really wanted to kill you, you would not have had the chance to speak. But strangely, I do not want to send you to the afterlife. Do you carry a burdened life? I do not know why, but I feel such empathy. O arrogant one who wants to walk the same path as me, I will grant you a mark. This means you are allowed to borrow my power. O arrogant traitor, do not let pride cloud your reason." He panicked and thought, "Borrow the power of a demon god. This mark must be able to save my life 3 times. Right. And the mark is a tattoo. If this goes on, my whole body will become a drawing board." Behind him, someone was lurking. Wu Haiyan suddenly turned his head. Ada was Ri. She was surprised to be discovered. He panicked. "Oh no. Why is this girl here? Could she have heard the conversation just now?" She looked at him with an admiring expression. "Priest." Seeing this, Wu Haiyan did not understand what was happening. At his small attic room, AT had been a month since he received the mark of the demon god. His magic power had increased significantly. He thought, although AT's true that I have been trying hard, AT's unbelievable that AT has tripled in such a short time. AT must be due to the characteristics of focused interest. In a few years, I might surpass the descendants of the 6 great families. With my current state, I can use that secret dungeon method. He thought. But first, why is she practicing in front of my room instead of at the dojo? He was helplessly looking at Reen dancing behind him. Wu Haiyan asked, "Miss?" She replied, "Yes." He was helpless. At least she is not avoiding me like before, which is a good thing. But Ada seems she still misunderstands me as a priest. That is right. In this world, only priests can communicate with demon gods. Even the family head can't. Thankfully, she did not hear the contents of the conversation with the demon god. But if she treats me like a superior, there will definitely be scandalous rumors in the family. He spoke, "Miss?" She replied, "Yes. I understand what you are thinking, but I hope you treat me as before." She hesitated. "Even so." He clarified, "I am just following the family head's orders to guard you. Miss, please be comfortable with me." "Be comfortable," she said. "Then, bring me water." Hearing this, he did not understand what was happening. Reen said, "You told me to be comfortable. I am too tired from training. I am thirsty." He was helpless, as expected of someone from the arrogant family. They change their attitude faster than flipping a book. She urged, "Hurry." He replied, "Yes, yes." He thought, since I already said AT, I have to endure AT. The sky outside was still very bright. Rin was drinking the water brought by Wu Haiyan. He thought, I clearly need to quickly explore that secret dungeon, but I keep being stuck with Rin. I need to act before the main characters enter the demon realm to sweep through. To adapt to Satan. I definitely need that treasure. Wu Haiyan asked, "Miss, have you finished preparing for enrollment in Satan?" Rin said, "Why are you suddenly asking?" He explained, "Because that place is full of evil people, so I am worried." Rin replied, "I have prepared everything." Wu Haiyan replied, "Really? Maybe we should check Atai one more time to be sure. If you miss something important, Atel be troublesome." Hearing this, Rin angrily asked, "What do you want to say? Why do not you just say AT?" He replied, "I am just worried. I am your guard, miss." Rin exposed, "Liar. You are planning to run away from me and go somewhere, are not you?" Hearing this, he was helpless. I can't fool her. Her face darkened. Am I annoying? Wu Haiyan had to reassure. Actually, I heard there is a secret dungeon nearby, so I was planning to go conquer Itai. Since AT might be dangerous, I did not say anything. Please do not misunderstand. Hearing this, she pondered. In his head, he was pleading, "Please let me." Rin spoke. "I just remembered I have not finished preparing my work." Wu Haiyan quickly replied, "Then please finish preparing AT." She said, "Start." He did not understand. "What do you mean?" Rin explained, "I have not warmed up yet." Then she drew her sword. "I will go conquer that secret dungeon too." Rin asked, "If it is nearby, we can still make AT today. Right?" Wu Haiyan panicked. "Miss?" She did not listen. "Let us depart quickly." Rin asked, "Where are you planning to go?" He said, "The land of the undying." That place was originally a territory ruled by the Death Spirit clan, but in the Great Human-Demon War, the entire clan was massacred, leaving countless soldiers transformed into vengeful spirits. Rin exclaimed, "So that is the place. I know that place too." He was surprised and thought, even Rin is tense. It must be a mid or high-level secret dungeon. The number of soldiers must have increased a lot by now. Thinking about it, going with her might not be so bad. But if we act together, it'll be harder to sneak out of this residence. If the news is delivered to Crete, it'll be troublesome. He smiled. If it's troublesome, then do not go. What if the family head finds out you left the house without his permission? Rin reassured. It's okay. I know a secret exit. At the high city wall, light was shining everywhere. Rin pointed to a hole. Here, Wu Haiyan praised. You seem very familiar with this path. She was silent, and he realized, so she has been sneaking behind Crete's back. Wu Haiyan spoke. Then we have to go before we are discovered. The two of them snuck out of the castle together. They went to a zippy mountain range. Wu Haiyan tiredly asked, "How much further?" Suddenly he realized the loophole in his words and made an excuse. "I have no reason to go outside the territory, so I am not familiar with the area around here." She then replied, "AT's almost there. Just pass that spot and we will be there." Wu Haiyan was happy. "Then we will get there soon." Suddenly, a roofie protruded from the road. He kicked the small Roku away. Wu Haiyan spoke. "Looks like we are here." AT was a desolate city. Everything seemed to have been destroyed. Seeing this scene, Rin was angry. Those damn Cerberuses. Wu Haiyan was terrified. Is she cursing those damn dogs? He thought in fear. I absolutely can't let Rin discover that I am a descendant of the arson family. Only I know how to enter this secret dungeon. Thinking this, he signaled. Going down below is the way. Under the largest stone table were decaying soldiers guarding the territory. Wu Haiyan looked at the vortex in the middle. The entrance is definitely here. He smiled at Rin. I will go first. She stopped him. No, let me go first. In the tunnel, there were bright lights appearing from the crevices. Wu Haiyan walked through the tunnel while thinking. AT's brighter inside than I thought. Reen exclaimed. Their IT is. We found the right place. It was an old castle with no emerald light behind it. He then exclaimed, AT's completely different from the bear's family's secret dungeon. There must be UV 100 tums. Reen then spoke. I will go in here. He replied happily. Yes. Suddenly, a bony hand appeared. Then, a series of armored skulls rose from the ground. The two of them were surrounded by these skulls. Seeing this, Wu Haiyan asked for help. Miss, I am counting on you. She agreed. Then, Reen summoned a blue magic power around herself. That magic power gave her the strength to destroy all the skulls. Seeing that, Wu Haiyan was startled. AT was indeed the right choice to come together, he said loudly. Behind this horde of monsters is a necromancer. Reen immediately replied. I understand. Wu Haiyan is also fighting. I will stay close. Skeletons were chopped to pieces. She does not need to use a sword. She can still make the skulls fall. Suddenly, Reen panicked. Are they reviving? The leader spoke up, daring to come here without a sword. He ordered, eliminate the intruders. Reen was dissatisfied. What do we do if they keep coming back to life? Wu Haiyan replied. AT's because of that mage. He requested, please continue to advance, lady. Reen was startled upon hearing that. What? Suddenly, a skull approached him closely. Wu Haiyan then used one hand to destroy AT. He replied, I have a way to deal with these guys quickly. Reen responded upon hearing that. I understand. After that, she charged towards the mage standing in the middle of the soldiers. He was holding an orb, ordering, stop them. Wu Haiyan explained, we just need to get to that guy. Then he ran forward quickly. Just breaking the gemstone he is holding is all AT takes. I can finally try the new ability of second stage transposition. However, in front of them were giant skulls. Seeing that, Wu Haiyan panicked. Indeed, AAT's not going to be easy. He shouted, lady. However, Reen did not flinch at all. She used her sword to slash away the giant skull. Wu Haiyan was surprised by that sight. After that, he used the second stage transposition positioning skill. He rushed in front of the leader. The new ability of second stage transposition is object exchange. After that, he used his skill. Suddenly, the orb in the leader's hand disappeared. An AT was securely in Wu Haiyan's hand. He was delighted. AT worked. The skull panicked upon seeing that. No! The orb in his hand was crushed to pieces. The leader panicked. How? How is this possible? Wu Haiyan turned around happily. AT worked, lady. She also happily agreed. Suddenly, a voice rang. Oh, thank you. He recalled. The entire tragedy of this life was all a setting he had created. May they rest in peace. Reen suddenly called, oh, Adele. She asked, is there anything else? He replied, yes. Now you have to go receive the reward. Wu Haiyan was happy. I finally got what I needed. That is Dark Fang and Full Moon Spirit. Two very important weapons. He picked up Dark Fang. Looking quite surprised, Wu Haiyan thought, with this, I can develop the dark tendency to the extreme. What about this ring? AT would be nice to have, but AT is not really necessary. Wu Haiyan turned to Reen. How about Lady Reen keeps this ring, and I will take the short sword? She immediately replied. All right, Wu Haiyan said upon hearing that. Yes. Then, he took her hand. Wait. Wu Haiyan put the ring on Reen's index finger. She blushed upon seeing that. Reen just stood there, not saying anything and not daring to turn to look at Wu Haiyan. He wondered, why is she reacting like this? Could it be that giving a ring also has a special meaning like AT does to humans? Wu Haiyan asked, lady, what is wrong? She accepted the ring in her hand, not knowing what to say. After that, Reen exclaimed, this, AT's really amazing. Wu Haiyan was happy. I am glad you are satisfied. Then he continued, well then, since I am the one who took down the boss. The gold. Suddenly a sword was held to his neck. She stood behind him with a cold expression. He immediately corrected, will be divided equally and fairly, without missing a single penny. So after completing the conquest, They returned to the mansion. After a while, Wu Hein often served Rin or practiced magic. They hid in the building. He said, "We made AT just in time for the evening." Then about a month passed, and Wu Hein's magical power had become much stronger. He happily thought, "I think I have achieved quite satisfactory results. Almost 1,300. With this level, I should be ranked in the mid-level demon realm." Right. A few days later, Crete summoned the two of them. He calmly replied, "AT's time for enrollment at Satan." Wu Hein thought upon hearing that. "AT's finally here." He continued, "From today, both of you will go to the capital for enrollment. Have you prepared everything?" The two of them replied in unison, "Yes." "We have." He turned his face away. "Go. I won't see you off." Rin just stood there silently, full of sadness. After that, she bowed to her father. Wu Hein also bowed. "I will set off with the lady." Suddenly he called back, "Adele. I hope you will do well." He smiled and replied, "Yes." After that, a carriage took them to school. The servant said, "We will depart immediately." Crete just silently watched them from behind the window. Looking up, Wu Hein thought, and he said he would not see us off. Even for demons, parental affection is probably no different from humans. But I am going crazy worrying about the future. Once that is the case, I must achieve my goal at Satan. The carriage was rushing away at a dizzying speed. Wu Hein sat in the shaky carriage. He felt helpless, not saying a word since we left. Did I do something wrong? Suddenly, Rin looked at Wu Hein. Her eyes had a beautiful tear mole. Rin thought. At first he looked too cunning, so I did not like him. But looking closely is not that bad. Seeing her staring at him, he quickly changed the subject. "The weather is really nice today. Is not it?" She despised in her heart, but his words and actions are superficial. He is not as strong as father. She thought, is he really a priest? He has already talked to the demon god with his own eyes. How can I still doubt AT? And he was wondering, why is she staring at me so intently? Rin secretly cursed. How stupid. I have already seen him talk to a demon god with my own eyes. How can I still doubt AT? And he was scared. Did I really do something wrong? Suddenly she looked down at the ring. After that, Rin thought about what had happened. Eternal vow. In the demon realm, when a man puts a ring on a woman, that is a special meaning. Putting a tie on without saying anything. What kind of vow is that? She was embarrassed. So curious. At that time Wu Hein spoke up. Lady. I heard AT's only an hour away from the capital. AT's faster than I thought. She just looked at him with doubtful eyes. After that, Rin turned her face away and said, Is that so? Wu Hein asked, Lady. Did I do something wrong? She interrupted. Be quiet. I want to sleep. After that, the servant spoke up. We are here. They had arrived at another magnificent and splendid castle. Wu Hein asked, This is the capital of the demon realm. But this scenery is no different from the human realm. He said. Medieval style. There are differences. Probably some with horns like the Bear's clan, or other different types. However, for upper-class nobles, there is a clear difference. Which is the tattoo? That guy also has a tattoo on the back of his neck like me. Rin asked, What are you doing? Come here quickly. He replied, Yes, lady. Wu Hein asked, So where are we going? She said, The entrance exam is in the afternoon 2 days from now. Before that, we must complete the registration. He suggested, The exam is in 2 days, so in the meantime, let us walk around the capital. Rin replied, I am not interested. The two of them fell into a silent atmosphere. Wu Hein asked, Lady, could AT be that? She interrupted, There is no time. Let us go register now. He wondered, Have not you been since Mom died? I do not understand. Wu Hein looked around. This is Satan. AT's really amazing. 3 times the size of Yangtung High School. A manager was talking. After registering, come back in 2 days. Next, Wu Hein came. I am here to apply for enrollment. He asked, Who are you? You do not look like a demon at all. He was angry. A half-demon dares to apply. Even though we lost the war, Do you think this is a place for you to come? Wu Haiyan panicked upon hearing that. Before anything else, I can already see a bleak future. He cursed, "It is all because of you bat bastards." Suddenly someone spoke up. What is going on? It was Ri. He saw AT and exclaimed, "That horn. This class is really something. I did not expect to meet all the descendants of the CV and deadly sins. Candidates should quickly declare their family, name, or submit an identity card," she said. "Bears, Reen." After that, Reen introduced, "This is the guardian who will enroll with me." He sneered. The guardian is a half-demon. The CV and deadly sins have really fallen, and he is even enrolling in Satan. Reen spoke up. "That is enough." She was about to draw her sword. "If you dare insult bears again, I won't hold back." He was scared. "Since we do not discriminate against background, let us let Ada go. So you, name, identity card," Wu Haiyan declared. "Pixie family. Name Adol." He shouted. "The procedure is complete. Come back on the day of the exam." He thought, during the Great Human-Demon War, the half-demons who sided with humans had superior strength, so it is unavoidable that they are hated like this. "Even though I am angry, I have no choice." After that he said to Reen, "Come, lady. Let us go find an inn." He led her to a villa that looked quite old. "But Ada looks clean like this." She actually complained. "These inns are too old," Wu Haiyan said. "We have to put up with IT. We do not have any money." He recalled, "With the 10 coins Creek gave us, it is going to be tough for 2 people to live for a month. After the war, everyone is having a hard time. We can't ask for more." He said to her, "So let us go in." When they entered the door, a voice rang. "Oh, welcome." Wu Haiyan asked, "2 people need to rent a room for 2 days. Is Ada possible?" The staff replied, "Yes, it is." He asked, "Will you 2 be sharing a room together?" Reen blushed upon hearing that. Wu Haiyan corrected, "No, please give me and the lady separate rooms." The receptionist said, "Yes." He gave them 2 keys, 2 rooms for 2 days, including meals. The total is 2 gold coins. The rooms are on the 2nd floor. He calculated upon hearing that, equivalent to 200,000 human money. "This is all right." Reen walked up the stairs. "I will go up first." Wu Haiyan smiled and replied, "I will bring the luggage up right away. Please rest comfortably, lady." She replied, "You too." He thought, she has always lived in a large estate. She has probably never been in a place like this, but she will probably get used to it. I will rest well for these 2 days too. After 2 days of rest, they went to the Satan Academy. The knight instructed, "Candidates, please enter inside following the instructions." Wu Haiyan looked around. It's really crowded. There must be several hundred people. So many candidates came for the goal of destroying humanity. I have to be careful. I can't reveal my identity. There was an announcement. Candidates must present their identity cards and board the train in order. He was surprised. Board the train. A train appeared. Wu Haiyan was surprised. I did not expect there to be a train. To prevent intruders, they have arranged many space gates like a maze, and you can only enter Satan by passing through them. He exclaimed, "The huge castle we saw outside is only a part of a... How big is IT really?" Sitting inside the train, there was an announcement. "We are almost there. Please prepare for the impact." Suddenly, Wu Haiyan panicked. Finally, they arrived. In front of them was a magnificent and splendid white castle. The train stopped right in front of the station. There was an announcement. "Candidates, please follow the directions to the hall where the exam is held." They lined up in rows. Entering the door in the castle were hundreds of people with different appearances. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, "It is really vast. It is completely overwhelming. Most are doomed demons. I wonder where the other descendants of the Sivan deadly sins are. Those guys are probably not students. Based on their clothes, they are probably instructors, those wearing black trench coats. If I make a good impression on them, it will probably be easier to live." Reen spoke up, "It is time." Suddenly, the door closed. The atmosphere around the castle suddenly darkened. Wu Haiyan wondered, "It is clearly daytime, but it is so dark. Is it magic? I wonder what kind of exam it will be." Suddenly, Someone's voice rang. Oh, silence. A beam of light shone on the stairs. A white-haired woman was standing there. She had tattoos that went up to her face. She spoke. Welcome to Satan, you useless bunch. Let us see. There are a lot of kids who are tired of living this year. He was scared by the voice. Just the voice alone is so. She immediately spoke. Enough of the nonsense. Let us start the entrance exam right away. A very powerful light flew towards them. Wu Haiyan panicked and called, Lady. However, she was firm. Focus on the exam. Many people were knocked down by that beam of light. The instructors felt completely indifferent, as if nothing had happened. A short-haired girl said, The headmaster has a morbid hobby. The purple-haired man replied, No matter how high the talent, a weak spirit is useless. The fact that Headmaster Lucian personally participated in the first stage, the mental test of the entrance exam, is for a reason. It is to check the ability to withstand torture, so that if captured by humans, they won't reveal any facial expressions. The purple-haired man announced, There are only a few who can stand still for more than 5 minutes. After that, Lucian spoke, That is enough. The short-haired woman was surprised. Except for those 8. Everyone else has fallen. There were so many candidates, so I expected a little too much. The man replied, But 4/10 past 5 minutes. That is more than the previous class. She said, That is a relief. I heard that this class has all the descendants of the Seven deadly sins. It seems the rumors are true. The man agreed. Looking closely, it is true. But who is that kid? He looked at Wu Haiyan. He does not look like a descendant of the Seven deadly sins. The woman had to admit, he has been keeping his senses for almost 10 minutes. But he is probably about to give up. Suddenly the man realized something. That is not right. Something's wrong. Very strange. Suddenly, a red-black power appeared around Wu Haiyan. Everyone there was surprised. Even the headmaster's eyes widened. They were vigilant. This is something extremely dangerous. The man was about to draw his sword. He must be eliminated on the spot. He thought. At first there was nothing special. But then the atmosphere suddenly changed. Like breaking a flower in the garden or disposing of a worm. It was a murderous intent without any impurities. Not the instinctive murderous intent of a beast or seduction, but something innate to the most cruel murderers. The eyes of all the instructors were focused on Wu Haiyan, making the man react unconsciously. The headmaster just silently looked at him. Suddenly, she emitted her own power. The purple-haired man was annoyed. Could it be that I, an instructor, am being tense because of a newcomer? The short-haired woman next to him just smiled. Some people had fallen to the ground. Wu Haiyan worried. If this goes on, I will fail. I have to find a way to endure it. Wait, what if I use my murderous intent? I can use poison to counteract the aura of that kid. I have to risk it anyway, he said and summoned his power. A red-black power emanated from Wu Haiyan's body. Lucian was surprised. Resilient. Let us increase the intensity a little. She was malicious. Just a little more. However, he was still enduring. Lucian was very surprised to see that the headmaster's power could not touch Wu Haiyan. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I finally feel better. Then he turned around. Reen. She was still enduring very well. The descendants of the Seven deadly sins were also unharmed, including the descendant of envy. Balton. A guy with orange hair and yellow eyes. Descendant of lust. Prone. Blue-eyed girl with 2 erotic horns. Descendant of greed. Samuel. A cold blue-eyed boy. Descendant of sloth. Iron. A small boy. Descendant of stinginess. Gar. A large, scowling man. There are a few characters I created with a lot of affection, but in the end, they are all destined to be destroyed by the main character. Including Reen, a total of 6 people. Suddenly Wu Haiyan panicked. The long silver hair of a girl appeared, red eyes and a black crown on her head. Without a doubt, that child will later become the worst villain in the demon realm. Demon King is the descendant of Wrath, Diana. Announcement. End of the first round. He recalled. Traditionally, the Demon King is born from the Wrath family, so there is no reason she should be here. But the Demon King candidate appeared at Satan as a candidate. Could it be that there is something I do not know? Someone angrily said, I am eliminated. That is impossible. All the eliminated people were dissatisfied. What kind of test is this? Do not touch me. Do you know who my father is? A blond guy cursed. Call the headmaster here. Then the purple-haired man squeezed his face. He said, what your father does has nothing to do with me. Understand, he said coldly. I won't repeat myself. Those weaklings who can't even last 5 minutes in the first round of the test are not needed here. The eliminated must return immediately. Close the gate. Wu Haiyan was surprised, as expected of Satan. Ruthless and heartless. Luckily I passed. Now that I mention AT, that kid is the headmaster of Satan. No wonder she looks familiar. Contrary to her cute appearance, she is one of the strongest. She is the headmaster of Satan. Lucian. He thought, I was lucky to pass the first round. But I have to be more careful because I can be eliminated at any time. There will definitely be a lot of eliminations in the second round. Suddenly someone was excited. Amazing. She is Bear's Reen, the fighting genius of the Bears family. Everyone there was talking about Reen. She is really outstanding. That is right. Not only is she a descendant of the Seven and deadly sins, but she also withstood the terrible murderous Ara from the headmaster. No wonder she attracts attention. But why is no one paying attention to me? I am also very strong. At this moment, Reen came UV. Adele, you passed too. He replied, yes, I passed safely. Wu Haiyan endured. Well, I have to leave an impression that I am not an ordinary person, especially with the headmaster and instructors. They will definitely remember me. Suddenly the instructor shouted, everyone pay attention. First, I will introduce myself. I am Ars, the one who will teach you from now on. He was scared upon hearing that. Oh my god. Just looking at his face I can see he is hiding tools in his coat. He praised, congratulations on passing the first round. The mental test. The purpose is to see if you can stay sane when tortured by humans, or fall into misery. In addition, the 8 people who lasted until the end will be given extra bonus points. If you continue to achieve good results in the second round, you will be able to enter the armory. Wu Haiyan was happy. Then I am so lucky. The armory. I am so lucky. Luckily I tried to last until the end. I even got a few envious glances. Ars continued. So I will explain about the second round. The second round is where you show your abilities to Satan. Show that you have the talent when facing humans. Based on the results, you will be assigned to the corresponding classes and subjects. Please note that. He thought upon hearing that. That means if you use a sword, you study swordsmanship. If you use magic, you take the magic class. But Ars shouted, the humans you must face. The main theme of the second round. Is this? Then, he snapped his fingers. A vortex appeared in the middle of the auditorium. A set of armor suddenly appeared, along with a sword being wielded by someone. Everyone is frantic. Hold on. Could AT be the strongest hero among the patriarchs of the 6 great families? A white-haired man with a tiger on his chest appears. 8 is Ninacel. Ninacel coldly looks at them. Wu Haiyan panics. Why is he here? This is absurd. Reen asks. Adele. Do you know who that is? He thinks. Of course I know. The head of the 90 family. Ninacel, who has a very close relationship with the protagonist in the original Steph Turai. Not just close, but a blood tie determined from birth. He is the protagonist's real father. He built the strongest family with just one talent, the sword Sen. People around are surprised. That is the sword Sen. Are not we doomed? Wu Haiyan thinks, someone else besides me recognizes him. That is right. Quite a few noble families have been humiliated by Cell. Ars orders. Of course no one thinks you can withstand the full power of the sword Sen. He will only use 1/10 of his power. If we could recreate the circumstances of his full power, we would not be losing. Hearing that, Reen is happy. 1/10 is too easy. He replies, no. Even weakened, a monster is still a monster. He worries. With 1/10 of his power, the sword Sen could flatten a city. How did previous classes pass this terrible exam? There must be some passing criteria. I really want to use information exchange. But I do not have much money. And the questions are limited. Ars instructs. For fairness, the 8 outstanding people from round 1 will be placed in different groups. The rest will be randomly assigned. He thinks. 8 people. So that includes me and the descendants of the Seven deadly sins. So I missed the bus. All the boys there look at Reen with extreme infatuation. Wu-Hein gets glared at of jealousy. He is helpless. I am getting used to these looks. They are hitting the jackpot. And I am just trash paper. Suddenly someone touches his shoulder. Reen whispers, "Pass the exam and come back." Wu-Hein smiles and replies, "Yes. Good luck to you too, miss." R says, "Then I will read the names, them one first." After he reads the names, everyone goes to their positions. Them 33. Leader, Adele. Members, Kina, Cress, Sancha. Wu-Hein smiles and thinks, all names I do not remember. They must be unimportant minor characters. He looks at the 3 people in front of him, 2 boys and 1 girl. Wu-Hein introduces himself. "I am Adele. Nice to meet you." Platinum-haired boy introduces himself. "Hi, I am Christ. This is Kina." The blonde girl says, "Hello." Then, he continues, "And this is Sancha, a black-haired guy who looks quite annoyed." He scowls. Having a half-demon as the leader is truly a disgrace to the family. Wu-Hein is speechless. Even some nobodies are looking down on me. A disgrace to the family. Sounds like you are a descendant of the Seven deadly sins. Wu-Hein ignores AT. "Just try my best." Chris replies, "Okay." Kina agrees. "I will try my best." He discusses, "First, we need to divide the positions. Everyone, please tell me what weapons or abilities you use, starting with Chris." "Okay." He raises his hand. "My ability is Manet conversion. I can deploy this triangular pyramid and transform AT into a shield or a sword. The damage is low, but AT's quite versatile." He replies, "I see." Wu-Hein happily thinks, "This is not bad. Acceptable for now." He says, "Next is Kina." She looks determined. "I do not focus on combat, but on support." He asks, "Enhancement." Kina summons a golden light. "I can pray for the blessings of demons to speed up my teammates." Then, she recites some kind of incantation. However, after doing AT, she looks tired. "How is AT? Do you feel a little lighter?" Wu-Hein can only reply, Sure. Kina blushes. You are really bad." Wu-Hein smiles. "Just kidding, do not be angry." But in his heart, he worries. AT's better than nothing. But AT's so weak that I can't feel anything. I do not know how to get through round 1. He says. Finally, "Sancha." He replies, "My ability is..." Suddenly, Sancha's whole body turns to stone. Wu-Hein is surprised. Enhancement ability, perfect as a tanker. Then, he points, "Now AT's your turn." He immediately uses the switch skill to rush in front of him. He panics. Wu-Hein coldly says, "Teleportation. That is my ability." Kina praises, "Amazing. Teleportation." Chris says, "That is really a great ability." Wu-Hein humbly says, "Thank you for the compliment." He worries. "I do not know what kind of incident will happen, so I do not need to reveal my entire ability." He says to them, "Then dividing the positions will be simple. Chris and Sancha, who are good at defense, will go in front. I will be in the middle. Kuna will support from behind." Wu-Hein asks, "What do you guys think?" She replies, "That is good." An announcement rings. "Oh, the second round will begin." Teams prepare. He looks UV. AT's finally starting. R's orders. Them 1. Advance. Wu-Hein is impressed, facing the sword Xian and still so full of energy. 9 coldly stands in front of them. He unleashes sharp sword strikes. Everyone there is panicking. The contestants of them 1 are quickly knocked down. Wu-Hein is surprised. "I did not see any movement. Is this 1/10? R shouts. Them 2. The exam continues. Of course, the next ones are also defeated like that. Them 3 appears. But they are quickly defeated. Them 4 looks scared. They refuse. "I won't do AT." The blonde guy curses. "We are going to lose anyway." Ars just looks at him silently. He says, "I understand. You two do not have to take the test. Do the other two still want to continue? Another guy says, yes, we will try. Hearing that, Wu Haiyan is surprised. Those two are still taking the test. So that is a T. The condition to pass round 2 might be this. Chris is happy. What? We do not have to take the test anymore. He replies, there is no way that is true. R's orders. Them 4. Begin the test. Wu Haiyan thinks, 2 people facing Cell is impossible. Let us watch a little more. He continues to swing his sword. They are quickly knocked down. He thinks, if it was Ryu's sword energy, they would have been cut in half. Chris is surprised. Can we even beat that monster? Sancha encourages hesitantly. Are you scared of just a human? Wu Haiyan can only pretend not to see. I can hear his trembling from here. And them 5 continues to be defeated. The next them 9 does not escape the same fate. Then, them 10 surrenders before even taking the test. We give up. Eta quickly reaches them 20. By them 30, 5 teams have already given up. No them has managed to inflict any re-damage on him. Battle with someone you can't win. And an exam that allows withdrawal without any penalties. And then, suddenly, someone blocks the sword strike. Chris is surprised. They blocked it. He is not surprised. The later it goes, the longer they last. Their skills are still higher than the previous teams. He says, so, now I know, the Ryu condition to pass round 2. Sancha says, it's almost our turn. Chris worries, I am so nervous. Wu Haiyan announces, I have found the criteria to pass round 2. Sancho is surprised. What is AT? The criteria is, even if you fail against overwhelming power, you must not give up but continue to fight. The way the instructors reacted when someone gave up, and the fact that an incredibly strong opponent was chosen for the test. Is not this too obvious? He retorts, but he gets cut off. R shouts, them 33. Continue. Wu Haiyan is determined. Let us defeat the Sword Sen. If it tease me and everyone, we can do it. Hearing that, Sancha panics. What? The other two are very excited. Okay, let us try. It does not matter if we lose. Wu Haiyan evilly thinks. So what if I am a half-demon? With the talent of the strongest villain I have, Adele can win. They line up, so, let us start. Unlike the protagonist, Cell is not described in detail, so there is almost no information. How do I deal with this situation? He reassures everyone. Do not be too nervous. Just stay in your positions. They say in unison. Yes. Sancha says, I know. Cell puts on a cold expression, preparing to strike. Wu Haiyan announces, he is coming. Cell unleashes a fatal sword strike. In an instant, Chris's shield is shattered. Wu Haiyan orders, Kina, help Chris. She jumps UV. Leave AT to me. I have to reduce the shock when he falls. Wu Haiyan yells, Sancha. He says, I know. I know. They successfully block the second sword strike. AT is a bit difficult, but they did it. Sancha uses all his abilities. He announces, I blocked it. Wu Haiyan praises. Great job. Wu Haiyan guesses. Clearly he showed an opening before striking. But that gap is too obvious. My instincts are telling me, do not rush in. Is that a trap to lure someone in? Does this guy have a? Wu Haiyan announces. The second strike is coming. Everyone get into position. Chris struggles. His shield is no longer intact. He stands behind worried. Chris can't take a T anymore. Sancha's hands are starting to crack. Things are getting bad with just one strike. He says, try a little harder. Cell delivers the second strike. They are very tired of having to resist. Again, an extremely powerful sword rushes in front of them. Sancha panics. AT's even stronger. He shouts, what are you doing? We are all gonna die like this. Wu Haiyan says, we still have to wait a little longer. He curses, you crazy bastard. Wu Haiyan worries. We are the only them that can withstand 2 attacks. But you only know how to swing your sword like that. Cell. Right at this moment. He stops. The man looks at them with a cold face. Suddenly, Wu Haiyan panics. Chris has collapsed in the back. Wu Haiyan turns and asks, are you okay? Chris. He apologizes. AT's too much to ask, but please help me one more time. Sancho is angry. Adele. What are you doing? He is about to strike again. Chris asks if he has a plan. He replies, yes. Wu Hein evilly says, I will definitely stab this sword into his chest. The two of them panic upon hearing that. Cell prepares to unleash the third sword strike. Sancha shouts, he is coming. Cress. Wu Hein orders Sancha. This time, you have to block without Cress's shield. He panics. What? What do you mean? He starts to attack. Sancho is thrown back by the sword strike. He flies up into the air. Then, Wu Hein uses the secondary switch skill to teleport. He rushes in front of the man. The skill is applied to him. Wu Hein rushes in without hesitation. He evilly thinks, disappear. 90 cell. He swings the knife with determination. Wu Hein strikes, with no intention of holding back. Suddenly, Ara's face shows surprise. Everyone in the audience looks at him. A serious wound appears right in front of Wu Hein. He gets a knee to the chest. He spits a mouthful of strawberry syrup. Wu Hein angrily thinks, you bastard. In the end, just a little more. Then, he unleashes his skill. A tribute. Darkness. A dense black array appears. He decides, if I did not have Chris's shield, my organs would have been crushed. Even though Switch failed, I am glad I trapped him. The space is pitch black. Not a single ray of light gets in. I can't even see what is in front of me. But I have the Dark Fang. In this space, A exerts more power than any weapon. He stands behind him. I will do my best to take him down. Suddenly, Cell turns his head. He stares intently at where Wu Hein is standing. Then, he rushes Zhu Va with a punch. Wu Hein is impressed. He really is a monster. He raises his hands, as if preparing to receive Ada. But Wu Hein shows an evil smile. The Dark Fang rushes in, as if waiting to take his life. Suddenly, lights appear from behind. Wu Hein arrogantly says, but this time, you have fallen for my trap. Sword Zen. A series of sharp objects rush towards him. This is the Dark Fang technique, Dark Blade Dance. He is pierced by a series of blades. People outside can only see a black vortex. Chris is scared. What is happening inside? Ars looks silent. Ada seems it's about to end. A foot steps out of the black air. Wu Hein slowly steps out of the barrier. Inside, Cell has been defeated by him. Everyone is very panicked. They can't believe that he defeated him. Wu Hein is satisfied. This silence. I did 80. Bolton is thrilled. That is really interesting. Chris and Kina rush you Veach. Adele. That is amazing. How did you do AT? He just says, AT's thanks to everyone's good teamwork. He turns to Kina and asks, how is Sancha? She replies, he has some physical shock, but the instructors are helping with treatment. Hearing that, he replies, I see. That is a relief. Then, let us finish this. Chris asks, finish what? Kina says, is not ATV. Suddenly, Cell's body moves. Chris is surprised and asks, what are you doing? Wu Hein shows an evil expression. Of course, I have to make sure the enemy is eliminated. Ars thinks deeply upon seeing that. Platinum-haired woman smiles slightly. Prone scoffs. A half-demon is nothing special. A sycophant says, he is nothing compared to Prone. She smiles. That is of course. Prone mocks. His origin is already inferior, so his qualities can't be any different. She criticizes. Stupid. Vulgar. Suddenly, Reen is coldly radiating a power from afar. Prone is surprised. What is that? Who are you to look at me like that? That horn. Is not that bear's? Why are you looking at me with those eyes? She trembles. That is scary. The people behind are discussing. As expected of the Sevian deadly sins, they have started a battle of wills. Who will win? The others say, of course ITs are Prone. That girl is not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. She blushes shyly. 8 is not that bad. Wu Hein looks at Reen, who is gradually entering the arena. He wonders. Wait, is not that Reen? Why is she radiating such killing intent? Suddenly someone calls. Pixie Adele. Azars. He is looking at him. Wu Hein asks, Yes. What is the matter? He says. You really do not know. Wu Haiyan looks confused. I really do not know. He turns away. I will be watching you from now on. Wu Haiyan is puzzled. What? I thought I would be praised. I should go to Reen. At Reen's location. She is radiating power with prone. Wu Haiyan goes there. Surprised. The test has not ended yet. What is going on? He wonders. Who is that girl opposite her? Blue eyes. Long hair. Exposed forehead with oni horns. 8 is Laurel Prone of the Liberation family. But why do they want to fight Reen right here? Because I focus too much on setting up the human world. The gaps in the demon world are gradually becoming apparent. Suddenly, Prone looks elsewhere. She looks straight at Adel, who is standing in front of her. Then, she shouts, You mixed blood. Wu Haiyan panics. Why is she suddenly calling me? She arrogantly says, Become my slave. Reen hears that and gets a cold face. She radiates blue power. Then, Reen rushes towards Prone's seat. She is very panicked upon seeing that. She shouts, Are you crazy? At that moment, Ars appears. Stop. He orders, within the Satan Academy, all unnecessary duels are prohibited. If there are POS and problems, resolve them outside. Wu Haiyan sighs in relief. Ars stopped it in time. Luckily nothing bad happened between the Sivan deadly sins before enrollment. Hearing that, Reen retracts her sword. Prone thinks in fear. That girl must have hit her head somewhere. Wu Haiyan turns and asks, Miss, are you okay? 8 is Mrs. Turn. Please prepare. Suddenly, she lowers her head. Reen takes a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off Wu Haiyan. She looks at him and smiles. You worked hard. Prone is surprised upon seeing that. What? What is their relationship? Could AT be with that half-demon? Wu Haiyan is surprised to be pampered like this. I just passed the test, and I am being treated like this, he says. Thank you. Reen looks at him. You have been hiding your strength. Right. Pretending to be weak. Suddenly, someone speaks. Them 34. Up. Reen turns back as she walks. I am going. I will keep it a secret. Wu Haiyan worries. I put all my effort into the test, and I look like I am hiding my skills. That is right. People still think I am the family's priest. Suddenly someone shouts. You, say your name. Wu Haiyan asks. My name. Prone replies. Yes. 80's you. He replies. My name is Adel. She strokes her chin. Adele. Adele. The name is not bad. He asks. But why are you calling me? She says. Why? She thinks. Even though I was interrupted just now, it does not matter. Prone orders. Leave that bear's girl and come with me.